Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the day 5 of our annual national conference on cybersecurity, hosted by Sri Lanka CERT, operating under the Ministry of Technology. We welcome all of you once again for the last and final day of this conference for the year 2021. Events till
about 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock today.
Range
of events with eminent speakers. If you want more information on who's speaking and what are the topics, please feel free to visit the website csw.cert.gov.lk. You have all the information, and everything is being live streamed on our official Facebook and YouTube channel.
And just a small reminder, we urge you all to fill in the feedback forms once you all are done with the session, because it's it is what we are going to refer when we are issuing the certificates of participation as well.
And that is a must, a participation certificate, right? I know it's very important. We've agreed that we'll give it to you if you've attended 50% or more of the session. And so please, we kindly request you to fill in the registration form. It's again on the website. The link will be shared right below this. And if you've not attended any sessions, that's okay. You should try and fill in the sessions that you've attended. And please give us your remarks so that we could always come back better next year.
Yes,
and that is very important. With that, Nilushi?
Darren, shall we take this opportunity to thank our sponsors as well?
Certainly. Without them, this would
not
have been possible.
Exactly.
So let's not forget to thank our sponsors, especially Cisco Academy, for coming on board and giving us this platform.
We have Huawei on board with us, Cyber4Dev,
Delta Spike,
Cisco Networking Academy,
Cyber Rangers,
VSIS,
Articulate,
DDFT,
ISIS Squared,
and SLT Mobitel.
Thank you so much for coming on board and making this possible. Thank you, everyone. So with that, Nilushi, it's important that we go back to our agenda.
Very interesting.
Eminent speakers today.
Definitely.
And I can tell you, I'm not sure which session that I want to miss out. I certainly do not want to, because all of them till
I don't think we'll be able to miss out on any of this.
Certainly. So
yes, we'll be kicking off day 5 and the third day of the conference with a session by Dr. Kanishka Karunasena of Sri Lanka CERT, who's going to speak about Sri Lanka's transition to cyber immunity. When we talk about cyber immunity, I think we all know that Sri Lanka now has a national cybersecurity strategy in place, which is going to help Sri Lanka as a nation build on cyber resilience, which is going to ultimately lead onto cyber immunity. So if we are to brief you about our very own Dr. Kanishka, Tal.
He has been leading the team.
He's been leading. He's a gentle giant. He's the man instrumental in developing the cybersecurity strategy, and he heads the research, policy, and projects division at Sri Lanka CERT. So without further ado, let's
welcome our own Dr. Kanishka Karunasena. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from the participants that there are a few technical issues they're encountering while trying to join the platform. Hence, we've decided to go for a small refresher, and we'll be starting our session at 9:15, 9:15, so that participants have ample time to join as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for bearing with us. See you at 9:15.
Greetings to all participants joining us from different time zones. As Nilushi and Dayalan correctly mentioned, the topic that I would like to speak out today is Sri Lanka's transition to cyber immunity, where basically I would look at different projects that we are implementing to build the nation's cyber immunity. So I have a very simple agenda for today. First, I would like to explain our position in the Global Cybersecurity Index and the key themes of the National Cybersecurity Strategy and key initiatives and some of the challenges that we are facing in terms of implementing the National Information and Cybersecurity Strategy. So this data actually I have taken from the Global Cybersecurity Index, which is published by the International Telecommunication Union. We have ranked at number 83 out of 194 ITU member countries in the Global Cybersecurity Index as per the 2020 statistics. So they basically the ITU basically assess the country's performance in terms of development of cybersecurity initiatives from different perspectives. They basically looked at, they have actually 5 dimensions to assess the country's performance. As you can see from the screen, like they have assessed the performance in terms of the legal measures, whether we have a strong regulatory framework to support cybersecurity initiatives. For example, they are basically looking at whether there are data protection laws and also critical regulations related to critical information infrastructure and also cybersecurity and ICT legislation and so forth. And they also are looking at the technical measures, where basically they are looking at whether these individual countries have their, the national cert, sectoral cert, and so forth. Then organizational measures, they are basically looking at whether these countries have national cybersecurity strategies and policies in place and so forth. Then capacity development, as you can understand from the name given, they are basically looking at whether these countries have a strong mechanism to develop the capacity of individuals, maybe the government officers or the private sector or any other individuals. Then the 5th dimension they are basically looking at is the cooperation, because like we know that to develop a healthy cybersecurity ecosystem, we need to have a kind of a very strong relationship between various stakeholders as well as some other countries. So they are also looking at that. So by considering all these 5 dimensions, which basically assess the country's performance, you can see that from this diagram, we are basically doing well, relatively well in technical measures and organizational measures, but we need to work more on the capacity development activities and also some legal measures. But we have lay out the foundation to basically to overcome these challenges that we have, and also currently we have designed so many projects which would help us to go up in the cybersecurity index. So this is the National Information and Cybersecurity Strategy. So we have 6 trust areas. The first one is the establishment of a governance framework, then legislations, policies, and standards, also important, and initiatives to make government systems and infrastructure resilient, and also development of competent workforce, then empowerment and awareness building of citizens, as well as most important, probably the having partnerships with local, private, interest, and various stakeholders. So these slides basically shows you the approach that we have taken to develop the National Cybersecurity Strategy. So we initiated this strategy development with a comprehensive stakeholder discussion. We had political leaders, senior government officers, and private sector stakeholders. We consult them. Then we and also we looked at different information and cybersecurity strategies developed in developed countries as well as developing countries. Then we drafted the strategy. Once we drafted the strategy, we sort of present the strategy to a wide range of stakeholders. We had a series of meetings, series of workshops with, for example, ISPs, academics, critical national information infrastructure providers, law enforcement authorities, ministries, and departments. Then, since this is a national strategy, we sort of need to go for a public consultation, because this document has to be approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. So we translate this strategy to all 3 local languages. Sorry, all languages. Basically, we have this strategy in Sinhala, English, and Tamil. So we publish this strategy in newspapers. So we received a lot of positive comments. We accommodate this comment in the strategy, and then we got the Cabinet of Ministers approval to implement this strategy. So as I have mentioned, there are 6 trust areas in our strategy. The first trust area is the establishment of a governance structure. So we are basically looking at and establishing a powerful agency which oversee the overall implementation of the cybersecurity strategy, and to establish specialized subordinating agencies to effectively battle emerging cyber threats. So that is the objective of this first trust area. Under that, we have we have several initiatives. The first one is the establishment of CERT. CERT is already established in 2006. It was established by the ICTA as a subsidiary of ICTA, which was funded by the World Bank at that time under the Sri Lanka projects. The problem that we are facing right now is our national cybersecurity strategy basically cut across multiple sectors and multiple verticals of the sector. So we need to have a kind of a more powerful agency to implement the national information and cybersecurity strategy. As you know, that the CERTs, by definition, their focus is more towards incident response activities. So we need to have a more powerful, which we can penetrate across multiple sectors. So as a result, we have thought of establishing the cybersecurity agency. That agency would be the apex institution for all cybersecurity matters in relation to the civilian aspects of the cybersecurity, while the military aspect of the cybersecurity would be handled by a different entity under the military domain. So the cybersecurity agency will be established through a separate act called Cybersecurity Act. I will give some information about the Cybersecurity Act and its present progress in my future slides. So there are some. I have listed some of the key powers and functions of the agency. So the cybersecurity agency basically aims to play beyond the role of traditional CERT. So it will have the authority to implement the national cybersecurity strategy, and also identify and designate critical national information infrastructure, and develop national policies and standards in relation to the cybersecurity. And also, this agency would have the powers to establish sectoral CERTs in case if there's a requirement to establish a CERT in a particular sector, say power and energy, maybe telecommunication, or maybe then this agency would have powers. So CERT would be a business unit under the cybersecurity agency, and cybersecurity operations center also become a part of the cybersecurity agency. So as I mentioned, the focus of the cybersecurity agency is limited to the civilian aspects of cybersecurity. The military aspects of the cybersecurity will be handled by a separate entity, which will be established by a separate act. So this is the second thrust area that we have in our information and cybersecurity strategy. That is the laws, policies, standards, and guidelines. Our strategy is to create an appropriate regulatory framework for securing individuals and organizations in the cyberspace, for strengthening the prosecution support for modern cyber offenses through the introduction of relevant legislation, policies, and standards. So cybersecurity bill, actually an expert group already drafted the cybersecurity bill, and it has been submitted to the Cabinet of Ministers observation, and we have received some very positive observations from the Cabinet of Ministers. Now a set of group of experts basically revising basically trying to accommodate the proposed changes to the cybersecurity bill. And the objective of the cybersecurity bill is to provide necessary powers to implement the cybersecurity strategy and establishment of the cybersecurity agency, and also take necessary steps to protect and basically empower cybersecurity agency to protect critical information infrastructure. Those are some of the objectives of the proposed cybersecurity bill. Then another another project under the laws, policies, and standards is the development of information policy framework for the government. So we have started developing an information security policy based on ISO 27000 and NIST standards of USA. So we have developing our own policy. The information security policy basically consists of several components. The first one is the information security policy, which is basically a defined set of policy statements where the government organization should comply. The progress of these activities at the moment, we have already drafted the information and cybersecurity policy for the government organizations, and it has been reviewed by a set of industry experts as well as the government experts. So we are currently doing necessary arrangements to get the Cabinet of Ministers approval to implement the national policy. Then we have issued minimum information security standards for government organizations, as well as we are working on developing a handbook, basically to provide guidance for government officers to implement information security policy and minimum information security standards. The importance of having this information security implementation guide is like at the moment the government officers do not have access to sufficient resources because this subject is relatively new for government officers. So we need to sort of like give some detailed instructions on how to implement these policies and standards. The fourth component of the information security policy framework is the assessment tool, because like once the information security policy is adopted by the government organization, we need to make sure that to what extent they are adopting and what are the weaknesses of the adoption. So therefore, we have designed this assessment tool, which is basically we are trying to repeat this assessment on annual basis to assess the performance of individual government organizations. So these documents can be downloaded from the Sri Lanka CERT website as well as online safety.lk website. So this is an overview of the information security policy framework. So it is developed based on ISO 27000 and the NIST standards. I will not go into the details. Here are some of the elements of the information and cybersecurity policy. So we have looked at governance structure, then organization's assets, and the mechanisms to protect the assets and detect incidents. And if there's a incident, so how do we respond, and also the recovery from an incident. So the third trust area that we have in our national information cybersecurity strategy is the resilient digital government systems and infrastructure. So our strategy is to ensure that our digital government systems and infrastructure are more resilient to cyber threats through implementing risk management processes, implementing appropriate security policies and strategies, and at organization level, and increasing the awareness and building the capacity of the public staff at all levels. So there are some key initiatives under this trust area. Trust number 3, the appointment of information security officers across the government, according to the circular issued by the Ministry of Information Technology and Digital Infrastructure. The government organizations have appointed ISOs. So according to the records that we have, there are about like 60 information security officers appointed. So they are basically in charge of the subject of information and cybersecurity. So, but we have to work more on this area. We need to. We are actually currently in the process of developing a kind of a strategy to build the capacity of the information security officers. So as the CERT functions, normal CERT functions, we facilitate government organizations to do risk assessments and vulnerability assessment and penetration test. And also we support law enforcement authorities basically to support forensic investigations. And also if there's a requirement from the government organization, we help them to develop information security action plans and policies. And also we partner with international certs as well as sectoral certs to conduct cyber drills. The critical information infrastructure readiness survey is one of the key survey that we have undertook when we are implementing the national strategy. Actually, the implementation of the national information and cybersecurity strategy basically started with 4 baseline surveys, because we had to establish the baseline of the implementation of the strategy. So we undertook 4 national surveys. The first one is the Critical National Information Infrastructure Survey. The second one is the Government Officers Information and Cybersecurity Readiness Survey. And then the third one is the Supply and Demand of Cybersecurity Professionals Survey. And the fourth one is the Citizens' Perception on Cybersecurity. So we started with these 4 surveys. And here I am presenting the Critical National Information Infrastructure Survey. For your information, I can say that the critical national information infrastructure is defined in Sri Lanka as the systems or facilities whose incapacity or destruction would cause some negative impacts on national security, governance, economic health, and social well-being of the nation. So that is the definition that we have taken to understand what are the critical national information infrastructure. And in that survey, we basically we had several steps. The first step is to identify the critical national infrastructure, because until this strategy is implemented, we didn't know what are the critical national infrastructure. And within the critical national infrastructure, there are critical information infrastructure. We did a survey to understand the critical information infrastructure, as well as we deployed another survey to assess the readiness of the critical information infrastructure of these agencies. And also we are sort of like providing recommendations to improve the cybersecurity readiness of these CNI providers. So here I think I can show you a survey questionnaire that we have deployed to understand the critical national infrastructure. We basically deployed this survey questionnaire. Actually, the survey question is based on several parameters. For example, if a particular if a particular service is not available for a certain period of time, say if the service is disrupted for 24 hours, what would extent it will affect to the population, whether it is 70% or 30% or something like that. And also we had another question to measure that if the service is not available for a certain period of time, whether there are any alternative measures. Service is not available for a certain period of time, whether it is going to affect the GDP or whether it is going to affect multiple sectors. And also if a particular service is not available for a certain period of time, whether it is going to affect the public and health safety, and also whether it is going to disrupt some, creating some negative impact on national security, whether it is going to create some civilian unrest or something like that. So based on that, we identify the critical national infrastructure. Then within this critical national infrastructure, we deploy another survey to understand the critical information infrastructure, and we deploy another survey to understand their overall readiness. Okay, the fourth thrust area of our national information and cybersecurity strategy is the development of a competent workforce. So our strategy is to minimize the gap between the demand and supply of information and cybersecurity experts by increasing the learning opportunities to capitalize on cybersecurity knowledge and educating youth for building a pool of future cybersecurity professionals. As I mentioned, like we initiated the implementation of the cybersecurity strategy with 4 national surveys. The first one is the Critical Information Infrastructure Survey, which I mentioned before. Then the other one is the Public Officers Cybersecurity Readiness Survey. So this is also a baseline survey. We surveyed about like 3,500 government officers in 236 government organizations across the country. The objective of this survey is to understand the readiness of the government employees on cybersecurity and develop a strategy to build their capacity on cybersecurity. So there are actually this survey questionnaire is a quite comprehensive survey questionnaire. We had about like 125 survey questions, but here I have summarized some of the important findings for this presentation. Had used shared computers, and 62% of them were not using separate user logins. And also 22% of the respondents stated that they share password with co-workers, and 47% of the government employees use their facts derived from the interim report. So from this survey, we understood that the government officers capacity. We also did another baseline survey to understand the supply and demand of cybersecurity professionals. So we surveyed about 250 organizations, and also from the demand side, like for the demand for cybersecurity professionals, and also 10 plus education service providers who basically produce cybersecurity professionals. So we had to private sector there are. So the education in the private sector, and also there are some professional courses on cybersecurity, but they are not affordable for the ordinary people. So we need to have a alternative approach to provide expanding the vocational education sector. We have designed. We have signed an MOU with the Vocational Education Commission to develop NVQ level 5, which is a diploma on cybersecurity, and NVQ level 6, which is a higher diploma on cybersecurity. Currently, we have the progress of this project is NVQ level 5. Actually, we have already drafted the competency standards as well as curriculum, and at the moment, NITA basically validating the standards. And NVQ level 6, actually, we are in the process of drafting the curriculum and the competency standards. So our objective is to sort of like introduce a cybersecurity degree in the vocational education sector. There are lots of so many vocational training education centers across the country. So we should be able to partner with them and to introduce these courses for these introduce this course through these centers. So capacity building of government officers is also an important initiative. We are in the process of developing an information cybersecurity competency framework. We know that there is an information and e-government competency framework. ICT is working on that. So we are basically getting their support to sort of like develop a competency framework for information and cybersecurity. So ICT has a digital competency framework. So we are basically developing. So you may know that in the public service, there are different layers. So we have these secretaries in the top layer and director generals in the top layer, and we have this in the middle layer. For example, if you take this, they would like to sort of like we would like to have them their knowledge on, say, information security governance, strategic planning sort of things. But when it comes to the middle layer, if you take an IT service, a person in the IT service, they should have some technical knowledge. So we are designing some technical courses for them. So likewise, we are developing a competency framework. So our future education activities for the public service will be based on the competence that we developed. So meantime, we have a program to train 10,000 government officers on information and cybersecurity. We have actually partnered with Cisco to train government employees. We are looking for some other partners to build the capacity of the government officers. And also we with the support of ICT also. And also we are developing e-learning modules for government officers, and also we are in the process of introducing MBA in information security management, so that we can actually offer government officers to undertake this program. So we are currently working on that as well. So these things actually comes under the capacity building activities of Sri Lanka CERT, which is coming under the development of competent workforce. So I think I have mentioned the content in the slides. It basically shows the initiatives that we have taken. So I would not go into the details, but I have, I think I explained. The fifth thrust area of our national information strategy is the raising awareness and empowerment of citizens. So our strategy is to raise the awareness among the citizens about the and build their capacity to protect their identity, privacy, and economic assets in the cyberspace. So several initiatives proposed, and also we are currently working on these initiatives. So I mentioned about the baseline survey, which is basically a national survey to understand the Department of Census and Statistics actually doing this survey for us. They are basically planning to survey about 25,000 households across the country. And also we have established a cybersecurity call center, and we do awareness campaigns on social media security. We publish newsletters, and also we have developed a web portal called Online Safety, which basically provides some information to the general public, businesses, and government entities. So at the moment, this content of the website is available in English and Sinhala. We are currently in the process of developing Tamil language content to this website. The sixth thrust area that we have in our national information and cybersecurity strategy is the development of public and public, private, local, and international partnerships. So our strategy is to develop a mechanism for cooperation extending beyond the government agencies to public, private collaboration and local international collaboration in developing a cybersecurity ecosystem. So there are several initiatives. Sri Lanka CERT is a member of FIRST, that is the Forum of Incident Response and Security Team, and Asia Pacific CERT. So with these connections, we share threat intelligence information, we share knowledge with the sectoral CERTs, and also other international CERTs across the world. And also we partner with some other industry sector, basically to jointly improve the detection, prevention, and resilience capabilities. And also we work with social groups and NGOs, basically to develop basically to improve the resilience, as well as to increase the general public's awareness on various cybersecurity aspects. So I think I have come to the end of my presentation. So here are some of the common challenges that I would like to share with you. These are very common challenges, to be honest. The low cybersecurity readiness of the government organizations and lack of cybersecurity investment in the public sector, and lack of awareness of the cybersecurity across the country, and insufficient cybersecurity professionals in the industry creates some negative impact in it's for realizing our vision, but we have strong and well designed projects to address these challenges. So with that, I think I can conclude my presentation. Here you can see some interesting quotes. You can have a look. Thank you very much. There is a support.
Dr. Kanishka, we have two questions that have come in. And I'm just checking Facebook and LinkedIn and YouTube as well on social media if we have any questions that have been posted. So we'll be taking up that right now.
Yes, yes.
So the first question being, so the policies that are being developed for the organizations, how will they be promoted to these organizations?
This is a question actually. We are currently in the process of drafting this policy. Policies are already drafted, but we need to sort of like get the cabinet of ministers approval to implement this policy. So the important thing is from the government itself. Since we are getting the cabinet of ministers approval to implement this policy, so the government organization shall adopt. They're actually bound to adopt these policies. The other thing is. We do plan a lot of capacity building activities and also the awareness raising activities, and CERT or the cybersecurity agency would have to play a major role in terms of like introducing these policies and training these government officers on the adoption. So we have a concrete plan. So we are working on that. So I'm pretty sure that we should be able to confront the challenges that we get in implementing the strategies. Thank you.
This is to come, we'd like to conclude that have. Yes.
Major changes in the policy. I'm not too clear with the question. Yes. Yes.
Introducing new policies.
And also if you look at the national cybersecurity strategy, we have established for a certain period of time. So we sort of like we should always willing to change, and if there are any new things to be added, we definitely introduce changes to the national information and cybersecurity strategy. And also if there are any changes required for the current policies, so we are not hesitate to do that. We will do that.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Kanishka. We'll now be moving on to the second segment, the most related segment, I would say, for most people, and a hot topic.
Certainly, Nilushi. I would say it's going to be on cyber laws and legislation and data protection. And I think to speak on this, I would like to warmly welcome Fernando, a founder director of Sri Lanka CERT and a former chairman of Sri Lanka CERT. He's currently the General Counsel of ICTA. He was a former commissioner of Security Exchange Commission and a former chairman of Electricity Industry, and presently serves as a director of Exchange and Sri Lanka CERT. He is an attorney by law by profession with a specialized master in telecommunication and IT law. From year 1997 onwards, he pioneered drafting several ICT-related legislations, giving leadership to Sri Lanka's accession to the Convention in 2005 and Sri Lanka's ratification of UN Electronic Communication Convention in 2006. So he chairs Sri Lanka's Data Protection Law Drafting Committee and the Committee for Drafting Cybersecurity Bill. He also serves as an advisory to Attorney General and Ministry of Finance of Fiji. So in recognition of 20 years of service in digital policies, Mr. Fernando was presented a Lifetime Achievement Award at the National 01 Digital Award in 2017. So with that, once again, let me warmly welcome to the stage. Thank you so much.
Over to you, sir.
Mute.
So you aren't audible. So you're on mute.
Your screen is visible.
Just give us a few minutes till we sort out the technical issue.
Yeah. Can I be heard now?
It's loud and clear.
Right. Thanks. Thank you very much to all of you, and a very good morning to my colleagues at Sri Lanka CERT, and congratulations to all of you, to the CEO and the management of Sri Lanka CERT for putting together yet another fantastic and a very successful cybersecurity week, a series of events culminating in the conference today. Thank you very much for inviting me to do this short overview. I'll try to be short. We lawyers tend to be very lengthy in our presentations, but if you look at the context of cyber law, data protection, and such other areas which are evolving, I thought I will touch on a few areas which are of significance in the context of some of the recent approvals we have received. We'll come to that in a minute, but if you look at cyber law as an area, it is difficult to define this subject because it is a subject of continuous evolution and development that takes place over time. And one of the challenges we have is that the whole what do you call the whole notion of cyber law as a subject is so linked with technology and its element and its interconnection and relationship with that whole internet-based ecosystem that very many people and international jurists have developed the subject into a domain where we have now concluded that there is nothing called cyber law itself. It is synonymous with internet law. In the early days, it was called information technology law. Then it became information and communication technology law. encompassing telecoms law and the cyberspace component, dealing with matters connected with launching of satellites and communications with geostationary satellites and the regulation thereof. And then with this whole aspect of spectrum management, 4G, 5G, and all these issues connected with, and the new dimensions of regulations and the challenges associated with developments in technology, we don't have a clear answer whether we have a subject called cyber law or internet law, but both are synonymous with each other. The increase in internet traffic has led to a higher proportion of legal issues globally. We all know that. And the subject is evolving so fast, and all countries are not able to keep pace with developments in technology. It is a well-known fact that laws, formulation of policies and legal frameworks and enacting legislation is always behind technology. Evolution of technology, and those in the subject of engineering knows this. You guys who are in the field of engineering are far ahead of the policymakers and the lawmakers and even us lawyers, and we are always slowly catching up. That is a global reality. And in this context, a phenomenon which is a global phenomenon, I would say, is that cyber laws vary from one jurisdiction to another. So as a result, there are conflicting laws at an international level. Developing international norms and standards is an evolving issue, and gradual harmonization is seen in some aspects of cyber law or internet law, but not in all. So in that context, only we need to be mindful that if a country is to stay relevant, it is imperative that a country adopts global standards and become part of a global ecosystem. That is the only way a country can gain from the opportunities of the internet-based economy, and also address challenges that we face on a regular basis when we have to deal with issues that impact our day-to-day lives. So international standards in relation to law and policy are available in some areas, but not all. In some cases, harmonization has been possible. In some cases, it has been difficult. So in the areas of cyber law frameworks for international trade and commerce, which is reflected in electronic commerce laws, electronic transactions laws that I will cover in a short time, there has been harmonization possible because there has been global consensus in international organizations. However, in the area of cybersecurity, there are significantly growing conflicts between countries regarding the international standards they should adopt. The same is true for cybercrime, but I can see that in the area of data protection and privacy, there is consensus being reached at a global level, but still it is confined to certain economic blocks. But in the areas of the new challenges faced by countries in recent times with extremist and violent content online, we saw that out of the box approaches have been adopted internationally. And one example is the Christchurch call, which was not a legal framework, but a group of, we call it a collective group of actions between nation states and private sector joining together to set up a set of cyber norms that will govern each country's ecosystem. So in that context, we saw the private sector state players, all coming together to develop a set of norms to deal with a tragic issue facing out of the Christchurch incident. And many countries have now slowly but surely become part of the Christchurch call. Sri Lanka itself became part of that in September 2019. One reason for that approach was the reason I gave earlier in the top half of the slides. It has been seen that only in some areas of cyber law that international consensus has been reached, and it has been difficult to reach that consensus in lots of other areas, including in the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity. So if you look at our own cyber law framework in Sri Lanka, I have given a snapshot view of some laws which are of significance, intellectual property to electronic banking, to transactions, to cybercrime, and some which are pending and finalized. If you look at some of these, Sri Lanka has adopted international standards to the best extent possible. We can do better in the context of data protection and cybersecurity. We are endeavoring to adopt international standards, and we will see how they will be adopted. We can adopt standards, but we can enact laws based on international standards. But what is important is that the implementers and those who are absorbing it in their day-to-day lives also try their best to be consistent with those standards. That is not difficult to achieve. That is not easy to achieve, but I think if there is an effort, if there is a will, there is a way. If all parties and the stakeholders work together, it is possible to reach those standards. In the area of electronic transactions, what is important is that we have had some degree of success, but international consensus on that was also not easy. Well, over the years, we saw the electronic commerce model law. It was adopted. It was only a model law. It was an open standard, but due to the lack of clarity on the status of a model law, it was only an option for countries to consider when they drafted and enacted electronic commerce legislation. So some countries, as a result, adopted a higher standard. Some countries adopted a lower standard. And naturally, that resulted in conflicts and lack of harmonization in the international trade done on the internet. And international electronic commerce, electronic business was impacted due to the lack of harmonization of legislation at a global level. So the UN General Assembly in 2002 decided to give a fresh mandate to this global body called UNCITRAL, UN Trade Law Commission, to formulate a binding set of instruments, a binding instrument with established legal principles that would provide for clarity. It would provide clarity, but also give guidance to nation states to adopt a proper standard in relation to electronic commerce, electronic transactions legislation that would set the stage for cross-border paperless trade. And with that intention, the UN General Assembly entrusted UNCITRAL to formulate a set of proposals, and these proposals were negotiated amongst state parties who were selected to be part of the drafting committee of this international instrument called International Convention that when approved, became known as the United Nations Convention on the Use of Electronic Communications in International Contracts, better known as the UN Electronic Communications Convention, or UNECC for short. In the drafting of this convention, Sri Lanka played a significant role. We were part of the drafting committee, and that the interesting debates around the table in the drafting of this international instrument was used in the formulation of our own laws in Sri Lanka. So this provided for a broader set of, I would say, a clearer set of principles with regard to what would be equivalent to a writing in electronic form, what would be an electronic equivalent to a signature in manual form, what would be permitted to be carried out in relation to automated messaging systems without human intervention, where there could be a binding contract formed between automated messaging systems, how it can be done, how input errors can be corrected, and finally, of course, it had certain principles governing advertising goods and services online, whether it would be a binding offer or it would be only an invitation to make an offer, and contractual fundamentals around that was sorted out through this instrument. As a result, at that time, this became the international gold standard, or Electronic Commerce Law 2.0, that was adopted slowly but surely by a number of countries. So adoption of international standards in domestic legislation is not an easy thing. Many countries take years. Those countries having federal constitutions find it even harder because they have to get state-wide approval. Australia is a classic case. They were an active part of the negotiation of this international gold standard, but they had to go statewide adoption of amending their contract law across different states in Australia, and then they have to submit the paperwork to the Australian Senate. Sometime next year, the Australian Senate is due to approve the adoption of this gold standard, and they will be enacting their amendment to their legislation. So, of course, they have done a lot of work already. The many states within Australia are using this instrument as a binding convention, binding standard. And of course, we have United States that has announced that they are ready to join this international standard. Smaller countries like Singapore and of course Sri Lanka were some of the early starters in the process. We were part of the drafting committee, but as a result, we brought in that standard to Sri Lanka and convinced policymakers to adopt that standard. And that is how our electronic transactions law derives from those fundamental principles. And our electronic transactions legislation was suitably amended in 2017 to capture the features of this international standard, and we became a full state party to this international global instrument called the UN Electronic Communications Convention. So it is part of our national law. Cross-border electronic commerce, electronic contracts can be recognized both domestically and internationally between state parties who have already joined the ecosystem. And of course, I might add that more work needs to be done by some of our neighboring countries if we are to facilitate cross-border electronic commerce between some of the SAARC countries. Nevertheless, Sri Lanka has met this global standard, and it is slowly by surely taking place in other countries as well. In relation to the adoption of electronic signatures, through the amendment of 2017, more clarity was brought in with regard to technology neutral standards that can be used, ensuring that the parties to a contractual framework or a transaction would have the autonomy to determine the type of electronic signatures they would like to adopt. And of course, the best standard in this area is digital signing methods. And Sri Lanka, and especially Sri Lanka CERT, has played a pioneering role in setting the standards that would facilitate the use of electronic signatures, but more work is required to be done. In terms of recent adoption of electronic signatures, I thought I must highlight this in the context of the influence of cyber law in Sri Lanka. We all know that at the moment we have only one authorized certification service provider, and that is also specifically to the financial sector. People know all about this. In that context, we trial out the mode and manner of how the process works, and the Sri Lanka root certificate was an initiative that was led by Sri Lanka CERT from the inception, with their immense commitment, starting from the early days of the work of the National Task Force established in 2011. Equipment was purchased, software was purchased, but then that was not enough. A process of international audit had to be done based on an international standard, and I believe other speakers touched on that. And the root certificate, the Sri Lanka root certificate, was launched last year on Valentine's Day. And of course, since then, there has been a lot of adoptions. There have been rulings given by quasi-judicial bodies in Sri Lanka that saw the adoption of electronic digital signing processes even at the Sri Lanka customs from 1st of August this year. And now we are at the point where other players are looking at entering the market as certificate service providers, but early starters have had a lead in supporting the adoption through the public-private partnership that we have established through Sri Lanka, through Lanka Clear. So Sri Lanka CERT has played a pivotal role in this area as the certification authority, guided by a task force established under the Electronic Transactions Act, which is co-chaired by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. I'm not going to go into all these legal provisions, but we have made significant progress. But more work needs to be done in terms of adoption. Recently, we saw a presidential circular refreshing a circular that was issued in 2013. A fresh one was issued in September 2021, directing state agencies to move to the digital mode as much as possible in the post-pandemic era, in the new normal that we have to face. It is a reality that we have to transform into the digital mode from the traditional paper-based approach that we have taken. So the new circular gives guidance on the mode and manner of maintaining records electronically, archiving them in compliance with the National Archives Law and the Right Information Laws, etc. And there's a lot of clarity with regard to how the adoption can take place. But I know it is very clear, many of the government agencies still have to figure out the process within itself. And ICT agency is providing advice in that connection through the digital government and digital policy teams, working together with Sri Lanka CERT in supporting the adoption of electronic signatures. So in the areas of the threats, cybercrime, cybersecurity, just want to highlight that we all know the challenges. Many other speakers have touched on that. Sri Lanka became known as, Sri Lanka got highlighted in this famous international bank fraud involved in the foreign reserve funds of the Bangladesh Central Bank. But Sri Lanka became known as the country that alerted the international players regarding this incident, and the only country in this whole episode which returned the money, which facilitated the return of of the funds to Bangladesh. So in that example of the Bangladesh bank fraud, where the Bangladesh foreign reserve account was misused, the foreign reserve account was maintained in the US, funds were transferred to a number of countries, including Sri Lanka. So a problem in these kinds of examples is where did the criminal act take place? Which country has the authority and the jurisdiction to investigate? And if they find the culprit with a lot of difficulty, where do they prosecute the culprit? And then we all know that countries and the legal systems are always bound within the window of what we call a jurisdiction. We have jurisdictional limitations, boundaries. However, for cyber criminals, there are no legal boundaries. They can go forum shopping and looking at countries which do not have laws and commit sufficient violations and get away. And this is a growing problem, and there are no international UN standards governing this subject. We can wait for years until the UN treaty process materializes. However, there are global international standards available to address the problem. So one international standard available is the Cybercrime Convention, known as the Budapest Cybercrime Convention, which provides a tool to harmonize legislation in relation to certain aspects of conduct that can be criminalized. So I have cited those in the left column, but what is more significant are the procedural tools and international cooperation tools available under the Budapest Convention to deal with the investigation and international cooperation aspect of it to gather electronic evidence real time from multiple players. That is the most significant point that you can see emanating out of the Budapest Cybercrime Convention, which we have illustrated here on the right-hand column. So the convention is the only international agreement on cybercrime at the moment. It is a technology neutral framework that has been able to evolve over the years and adapt to the contemporary challenges we have faced. And it is a treaty for criminal justice cooperation at an international level and has provided for judicial and law enforcement authorities between countries to collaborate with each other and to work with private sector to obtain electronic evidence in a range of offenses from robbery to kidnapping to child abuse images to money laundering to terrorism related offenses. It has got significant safeguards with regard to the mode and manner in which one can have access to electronic evidence. Privacy is an important safeguard, and it is in that context that in recent times we focused on data protection. So many countries have adopted this global standard, and increasingly many countries are moving in that direction, pending, of course, an international instrument that may come or may not come. We don't know when it will happen. The UN process has started that will take years to materialize. So until then, we have to rely on what is available, and Sri Lanka has made progress. This is a snapshot of the various laws that have been adopted. And one of the most recent developments is cited in the last bullet here in this slide in the area of child protection and providing significant safeguard against the placement of child abuse images online, which is becoming a heinous crime in recent times. Sri Lanka has made progress in finalizing the obscene publications bill, which has got a dedicated chapter dealing with online safety, child pornography, and providing also for a framework for experts to support the law enforcement in the investigation of these offenses. Moving on to another aspect of interest, we are on the subject of CSW, Cybersecurity Week. Privacy and security and its intersect has been an interesting hot topic. Both are connected and the two overlap in the digital world. And of course, they have two distinct functions. Privacy and security are not the same. And knowing how they differ will help you protect yourself in an increasing connected world. Talking of privacy, the evolution of data protection has been a subject of contemporary significance. It has evolved over the years, starting from the OECD guidelines that set the foundation for the European Union directives, and then culminating decades thereafter with the European GDPR. And of course, there are other instruments, the Council of Europe Convention on Data Protection, we call it the Convention 108, that has also has been an interesting standard. Many non-European countries have adopted the standard. Senegal, Mauritius, and now we see countries like Japan, Korea, which are moving and transforming themselves into digital hubs. Countries that are trying to capture global investors to their countries and trying to create a digital economy hub have often gone in the direction of adopting standards like the Data Protection Convention 108. That's why Senegal, Mauritius, Korea, and now you see some of the Latin American countries moving in that direction, including countries like Costa Rica, so that it could provide for better standards, better harmonizations in line with GDPR, so that they can also attract technology companies to host their businesses in those countries. Well, GDPR has been a non-tariff barrier for SMEs trying to enter Europe. So in that context, many countries have had to look at their status of legislation so that our country-based companies can benefit in the international space. Sri Lanka has had a historic approach to data protection itself. We have had sectoral legislation that I have cited here, but that was not enough. Of course, we also had some statements in our e-government policy in 2009. The breakthrough was through Article 14A of the Constitution, where the right to information principles were built in for the first time. And in that context, privacy was also included as an exemption to the right to information principles that is captured in Section 5 of the Right to Information Act. Using these foundational frameworks, the Data Protection Committee was established to formulate a set of frameworks. What is good is that the Data Protection Committee met many times with a group of volunteers from public sector and private sector collaborating together. Experts from government, private sector sat together around the table and built a set of foundational principles that was subject to a public consultation where government, private sector, civil society stakeholders were present. Many of you will remember Sri Lanka CERT and ICTA was joint organizers of that event. And starting from those humble beginnings in June 2019, we have now moved forward, fast track, under the guidance of Secretary, Ministry of Technology, Mr. Jayantha De Silva, who also comes from industry, a leader in the industry. And with his guidance, we have been able to finalize the legislation after 7 rounds of public consultations. The draft bill is now before Cabinet and is expected to be published as a bill in a few weeks' time and hopefully be enacted by Parliament very soon. So this particular piece of the legislation has these objectives to provide for regulation of processing of personal data and to identify and strengthen the rights of data subjects. And of course, if you look at certain fundamental principles of personal data has been defined in this manner that have described in this subject, and it applies to data subjects, identified or identifiable natural persons, but it does not include companies and institutions. So remember, this is a law that is intended to protect individuals. Individual rights are established through this legislation, and these are the parameters that would define the framework of what would constitute personal data. And of course, those who obtain our data, identified as controllers, who decides the purpose and means of processing, and those entities that are contracted by controllers to process our data. The relationships have been properly established. I have given some examples in the center column here. And based on these foundational principles, we have created a lot of clarity with regard to how a controller and processor could function and what their roles and obligations are in the context of the latest data protection bill. So the protection measures in the data protection bill are established through certain foundational principles. The principles of data processing in part 1, you will see a lot of international law-based foundational principles captured here, ensuring accuracy, ensuring that processing is done within the scope and manner as defined, and indicate the period of retention, obligations to maintain integrity and confidentiality of personal data, obligation to process data in a transparent manner through contractual measures, accountability measures. So these have all been established within the framework of data processing principles in part 1. Rights of data subjects have been established in part 2, where data subjects would have the right to access personal data and the right to withdraw consent, to correct errors about our information posted by controllers have been established. And then in, of course, part 3, we have certain principles governing how data controllers and processors would fulfill their obligations. The data protection bill also contains a specific provision that was subject to quite a lot of discussion regarding automated decision making, ADM. To what extent individuals impacted by automation decisions would have the right to require the controller to review that decision. It's an important fundamental principle built in Section 18 of the Data Protection Bill. Then, of course, we have the various rights of appeal built in this framework. In Part 3 of the Data Protection Law, we have certain other foundational principles about in what context a data protection officer has to be appointed within an organization, and the processor's duties vis-a-vis the controller. And then, of course, we have obligations relating to data breach notifications. And the most significant aspect in part 3 is that it also includes a very specific section on cross-border data flows. In the modern day context, as our economy moves into a digital economy, it is imperative that we have clarity with regard to cross-border data flows. The principles of data sovereignty is captured in the cross-border data flow section, which is section 26 of the data protection bill. We have not included stringent localization requirements unlike other countries. What has been done is to localize data if that data is in relation to a public sector controller, such as the immigration, the ID card department, motor traffic department, registrar general, and such other entities like that, where they collect our data pursuant to a written law obligation. Such entities would be required to host data locally. But private sector entities would have the right of free flow, provided that they ensure minimum safeguards to ensure protection in accordance with Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 of the Data Protection Bill. This law also contains a section on unsolicited messages that was heavily discussed and somewhat contested by certain parties. But what is important to note are two underlying principles. In Part 4, we have a complete new section on unsolicited messages. It is applicable not only to electronic, but also to physical communications like mail and other forms of unsolicited messages. And of course, the second aspect to be noted is that this kind of section would require a lot of training and guidance and some kind of hand-holding before such a provision is brought into effect. In view of the fact that we have a lot of companies having business models around direct marketing. So in that context, there cannot be overnight change to that ecosystem. Taking note of that, the current draft bill requires that Part 4 that deals with unsolicited messages is brought into effect at a much later date so that the ground level capacity building, giving guidance to players can take place over a period of 2 to 4 years. The authority, a brand new authority will be established called the Data Protection Authority under the Data Protection Bill, and that entity will be entrusted with the task of doing many things, including setting standards, developing accreditation criteria for training organizations. And then, of course, its primary objective would be to safeguard privacy of the data subject from any adverse impact and regulate the processing of personal data according to the provisions of the law. In that context, what is important is that the Data Protection Authority will be entrusted with the powers to make rules sectorally and also to ensure data sharing between government entities. And in the context of the Digital ID initiative led by the Ministry of Technology, facilitated by ICTA, and supported by many stakeholders, what will be seen is that there will be a foundational framework through the data protection law that will ensure that the data flow of the information captured of individuals will happen with appropriate safeguards. And for that purpose, rules will be made. And interestingly, this law, as presently drafted, provides for a consultative process before the rules are adopted. It's not a one-way traffic. It's not going to be a one-way street in the formulation of rules. The rules will be subject to a public consultation process, and then thereafter will be gazetted. The establishment of the authority itself initially was planned to be done through central bank or SEC. Now the current thinking is that there should be an independent, separate data protection authority, and appropriate changes will be made to the existing draft bill to make that happen. Data Protection Authority would also be required to set certain minimum standards with regard to how capacity building measures will take place and provide guidance on training and definitely it has got provisions to work with international players so that we hopefully can adopt international standards in the implementation of data protection in our country. But remember, this is a long process. You can't do a change to this kind of a regime overnight. A lot of patience, hand-holding is required. It is a new paradigm shift. It's a new standard that will create more discipline with regard to data governance. But a lot of concerns have been raised with regard to how much time will be given for implementation. That is again a matter of discussion. There is no fixed provision here. There is some guidance in section 1 of the bill, but of course that is subject to change. I mean, if there's a agreement between all stakeholders that 18 months would be the ideal time frame, that will be the time frame that will be included. So things like that needs to be further discussed, and I would urge you to further look at the provisions and see how best we can improve on what has been set in place currently. It is based on a set of international standards, and I am pleased to say that in the formulation of this data protection bill, we also consulted international players and the European Commission Data Protection Division played an active role in the engagement with the Data Protection Drafting Committee. So we have moved on in that area. Finally, since we are on the subject of cybersecurity legislation, my colleague Kanishka Karunasena covered this subject in great detail. So my burden is reduced in that area. However, I just want to highlight a few things. In the subject of cybersecurity legislation, it has been difficult to reach international consensus. No international standard has been adopted in this area. We can see different cyber security norms being adopted by different countries. And at a global level, there has been a lot of challenges to manage between countries. I don't know to mention names of countries, but we can see a significant amount of diplomatic issues stemming from cybersecurity taking place at all diplomatic conferences. The subject of cybersecurity is on the agenda. So you can see how significant this subject is in the present day context. So as a result, we can see no international agreement in relation to what standard a legislation should have. So what has happened in the recent times is that when Sri Lanka looked at this, when our team examined options, we were guided by available standards. And one available standard that has been of significant influence is the OECD standards in this subject. So the Sri Lankan draft bill that was mooted some time back was subject to public scrutiny as well. This also went through public discussion. And then, of course, there was a misnomer whether this would invade privacy. This was not a law criminalizing any action or providing state parties to enter into any electronic devices or electronic networks. That was not the intention of this legislation. The intention of the cybersecurity legislation was to set a standard for a cyber hygienic ecosystem to evolve in this country so that the nation's digital adoption can be done in a safe and secure manner. That was the whole intention. And I just want to emphasize on that because there have been some doubts created amongst players that have communicated certain wrong messages. What is important to understand is that this is the instrument through which the cybersecurity strategy would be implemented. Cybersecurity strategy and its parameters were described very eloquently by my previous speaker, Dr. Kanishka. You would see what a lot of work is yet to be done by the stakeholders in that direction. Adopting a framework where we have security by design in our systems is going to take a lot of time and effort. So we have to set the standards somewhere. This is the law that would set the standards. And I would ask all players to join all of us in ensuring that this law becomes a reality. Originally, the law was finalized nearly 2 years ago, but we had objections from the Defense Ministry at that time. But then that problem was cleared last year. I just want to emphasize what a unique opportunity was created by the Secretary Minister of Technology and his team, together with the ICTA board and the Sri Lanka CERT board, working collaboratively with all players in the defense sector that ensure that the defense aspect was taken in was given more clarity by a separate piece of legislation, and that the cybersecurity bill that we were drafting would focus on the civilian dimensions of cybersecurity. So we have moved on, and in recent times, the cabinet decision was announced that brings clarity to this issue that was faced for many years. And now we would move in the direction where the legal draftsman would formulate two different pieces of legislation, the Defense Cyber Command Bill and the Cyber Security Bill. Two different pieces of legislation. And the Cyber Security Bill that we are leading will provide for the framework for the implementation of the National Cybersecurity Strategy and would provide guidance on how systems, including telecommunication systems, banking systems in the civilian domain, are designated as critical information infrastructure, what their duties and obligations since they are designated, and a host of other measures, including directions to ensure proper cybersecurity audits in the organizations, especially those entities that are maintaining our records, including government entities that are maintaining large systems, including banks and telco systems, will be regulated through this framework called the cybersecurity legislation. Dr. Kanishka mentioned that there will be a separate cybersecurity agency that would be established. Yes, there will be a new entity that will be created. And what is important is that in the context of the civilian aspects of cybersecurity, the focus will be on cybersecurity guidance to the country at large, basically in the civilian space for government, private sector organizations to follow. The requirement for information security auditing, critical information infrastructure standards, incident response, and the authority or the cybersecurity agency that will be established pursuant to the cybersecurity bill will also be responsible for maintaining and managing the national certification authority that will manage the digital certificate ecosystem, facilitate required expertise in the area of law and policy to support investigation of cybercrime, conduct research, developing strategies and policies, and with the primary focus of ensuring that the cybersecurity strategy can be properly implemented. And of course, it will also have the task of maintaining international relations and interacting with private sector parties to ensure that the public sector and private sector works together to better protect the cyber ecosystem so that we can endeavor to have a cyber hygienic ecosystem. So in that context, I just want to clear any doubts in this field of cybersecurity legislation that is being going to be finalized in the next few months. And with that note, I have already spoken for too long, and I think I am within time. I thank you for the patient hearing, and I thank the organizers of this fantastic Cybersecurity Week, one of our fantastic teams led by the CEO and the staff of the Sri Lanka CERT. I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Janta Fernando. Thank you so much. And we hope, and I'm sure that this has been a very fruitful session to all our participants. Thank you for taking a busy schedule and being with us today. Thank you so much again. Thank you. So with that, Nilushi,
we move on to the next segment, which is terrorist entities in the cyberspace. And this is going to be delivered by Professor Rohan Gunratna. So to brief you all about Professor, he's the Director General of the Institute of National Security Studies, Sri Lanka. Professor Gunratna has over 28 years of experience in the security domain, both locally and internationally. And he's an honorary professor at Sir John Kotalawala Defence University and is a senior advisor to its Faculty of Defence and Strategic Studies. He's received his master's from the University of Notre Dame, where he was awarded the Hesburgh Scholarship and holds a doctorate from the University of St. Andrews, where he was awarded the British Jennings Scholarship. He authored the international bestseller, Inside Al-Qaeda, General Network of Terror. This is published by Columbia University Press, and The Three Pillars of Radicalization, Needs, Narratives and Networks by the Oxford University Press, alongside two other authors. Professor Gunratna has also edited the Insurgency and Terrorism series of the Imperial College Press, London. He's a renowned trainer for national security agencies, law enforcement authorities, and military counterterrorism units. He was a consultant to the Detainee Task Force 134 in Iraq, and the Joint Task Force 435 in Afghanistan. He's interviewed terrorists and insurgents in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, Saudi Arabia, and other conflict zones. A former fellow at the University States Military Academy at West Point and at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Professor Gunratna was invited to testify on the structure of Al-Qaeda before the 9/11 Commission. He was appointed to the International Senior Advisory Panel of the U.S. Special Operations Command for advancing international and intelligence cooperation. He has also been awarded the prestigious Major General Ralph D. Demen Award for his intelligence cooperation. So, sir, with that, I'll hand over the session to you. Thank you for coming on board.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me structure my presentation into three parts. One is how the threat has shifted from the physical space to the cyberspace. Second is, what are the capabilities we have currently in Sri Lanka and what capabilities we need to build. First is that in the 1970s and 1980s, we could fight crime and terrorism in the physical space. We can't do that anymore. If we try to fight crime or terrorism in the physical space, there will be attacks like Easter Sunday repeating again and again and again. Meaning, most of the pre-attack activities are in the online space. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? That means any attack, any terrorist attack, there is significant planning and preparation in the cyberspace or the online sphere. And if we have built the capabilities, we can detect those pre-attack activities very easily. So if we do not have those capabilities, the trained personnel, the infrastructure and a strategy, these are the three important things. that we didn't have in the past, and that is why we suffered Easter, then we will fail, and we will continue to fail even in the future. And that is why I want to share with you how do we detect these pre-attack activities, what you call predictive profiling. So for predictive profiling, one must orient the staff, and one must also have the infrastructure to detect propaganda, terrorist and extremist propaganda. Terrorist and extremist propaganda was totally neglected in this country. For example, we have more than 100 videos and speeches by Zahran Hashim before the East attack in 2019. But there was no decisive action taken because the monitoring was very limited, and also the education of the policy and decision makers was very limited. And even when they were briefed, they didn't understand what was happening, because they didn't understand that what happens in the cyber domain will eventually spill over to the physical domain. So propaganda, recruitment. So Zahran did most of his recruitment in the cyberspace. Then finance, fundraising. Then procurement. Then the training, the online radicalization training, preparing people. In terms of procurement, I can tell you that Zahran's main procurement officer, Hastum, he learned how to make the urea nitrate bombs that were used in the churches and the hotels and one residence in Mahavir Gardens online. The web became their main training source. Right? So propaganda, recruitment, financing, procurement, then safe houses, meaning they could hide their material online. So even if you raid one of their homes, you may find only limited items because the real content was hidden in the online space. And then even surveillance and reconnaissance. That is, they first looked at the hotels and the churches online. Not only Hastum who did the planning, but even Hastum's wife, Hindu convert to Islam, Pulastini known as Sarah, she also spent a lot of time surveilling targets even after Easter, because they were planning to target other targets, so they used the online domain. But our security and intelligence services had very limited coverage because they are masters of the physical domain, because they fought the Tamil Tigers, the physical domain. They did not transit and build capabilities in the virtual and the cyber space so that they can dominate the online sphere. So I have given you one example of why the cyber domain is important. And I have also warned you that if we do not build these capabilities, we are likely to suffer, because the terrorist planning preparation is largely in the cyberspace, and only for the strike they will come to the physical space. The shift takes place at the last stage, and it's too late for anyone to detect and understand what is happening. So building these capabilities is paramount, and I would like CERT and many other organizations to be involved in this. Don't say it is not your responsibility. It is your primary responsibility. So I think that educating leaders, educating our operators, educating our policymakers is vital. And I think that we have to plan and prepare capabilities for this. This is the first point that I want to make. The second point I want to make is monitoring these entities in cyber domain is very easy compared to monitoring them in the physical space, because this was my job for for many years, especially when I was head of the Singapore's International Center for Political Violence and Terrorism Research. We trained many specialists in this area and many not only practitioners but scholars in this area. And the most amazing work was done by those practitioners and scholars who had mastered the online space. And of course, this requires one more dimension, that is working together with the tech giants. For example, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So the probability of detecting an attack today by the classic law enforcement, military and intelligence is less. The probability of detecting an attack in the planning and the preparation phase is very high if you can work with those companies. Because Facebook, ladies and gentlemen, is the #1 platform used by the terrorists. I have debriefed almost all the detainees of the Easter attack, and I can share with you that Zaharan had 3 Facebook accounts, and he was quite open in the early stage of his activity. Subsequently, he moved to Telegram and WhatsApp, and a platform called Threema. Threema became his most favorite platform, and it is the favorite platform of other terrorist groups as well. So I want to share with you that we have to build the capabilities either to join those platforms, or we have to build those capabilities to detect their communication in those platforms. I'm not going to discuss tradecraft here, but I want to say that any communication platform you can penetrate and infiltrate. It just requires more effort, more innovation, more creativity. But unfortunately, in Sri Lanka, this has not been the case, and that is why we could not detect the last major terrorist attack, the 2019 Easter Sunday attack, which is now rated as the worst terrorist attack in 2019. Now, let me also to another dimension, that is looking at the national security threats in the future. So if we rank the national security threats, terrorism and crime are the first 2 threats facing our country. And if we don't prevent and if we do not preempt terrorism and crime, this country, we can never make it from the third world to the first world. So every country must have a pyramid, national security pyramid. And that is the baseline of that pyramid is national security. If you do not give a high priority to national security, you will suffer. The previous government did not understand national security. The previous leaders didn't give national security first priority, second priority, or third priority. Giving reconciliation priority is good, but one must never forget national security. For example, the previous government delisted the 15 LTT front organizations operating in Australia, in Europe, and in North America. And they had discussions, but there were 16 plots, terrorist plots, since the war ended in May 2009. So one can have reconciliation, one can have discussions, dialogue, but one must maintain the security capabilities to hunt and relentlessly hunt and destroy and dismantle those capabilities. If you think that when you have reconciliation that the threats are going to disappear, then you are living in a fool's paradise. And that is what happened during the last government. Of course, now we have rebuilt these capabilities, but these capabilities are still largely in the physical space, not in the cyberspace. This requires significant thinking. and planning on the part of CERT and other agencies. And I hope that you all will create capabilities to get everyone to move in that direction. Let me also share with you that we must not recruit anyone to our military, law enforcement, and intelligence services if they don't have basic capabilities in cyber, because the cyber domain is more important. It's more important than the physical domain. As I told you, the final attacks take place in the physical space, but all the pre-attack activity, or what is called the indicators, signs, and clues, can be picked up in the online space. Let me also turn to crime. Today, terrorism is a low probability event in Sri Lanka. Of course, if it happens, it's a high consequence event. But the daily threat is from crime, because our legal frameworks are outdated and we have to bring the laws up to speed. For example, our laws, online falsehoods and manipulations doesn't exist. So we have to speed up passing those laws, because there is so much of fake news, right? If you receive any news, don't believe in it. Do a verification and a validation. And unfortunately, even very intelligent people in this country are believing that fake news. One fake news that is propagating is that Zaharan Hashim was funded by the intelligence service. And then the Zaharan Hashim was met by intelligence service operatives. So don't believe in this nonsense. And if you believe in this nonsense, you will also be a fool. So my advice to you is always verify and validate and go to the authentic documents. For example, on the Easter Sunday attack, we have started the trials 2 weeks ago, a trial at bar. All of you all can go to court and listen to the hearings in the court. And all of you can read 3 fact-finding reports. One is a National Security Subcommittee report by the Parliament, by the previous government. It's a very good report. And also that is done after Easter attacks. Then there is a parliamentary committee report, again done after Easter attack, again by the last government. Read that. That is very accurate. And also read the most accurate of the 3 reports, that is the Presidential Commission on Easter Sunday attacks. So do not be driven by online falsehoods and manipulations. Go to the authentic source. So for all this, we need a huge education by CERT and by other agencies. The CERT officers, staff are gems. They are treasures, but they are overwhelmed. That is why we have to create a bigger agency, a cyber security agency. And I hope that government, my colleagues in government, will support you. I myself, as the Director General of the Institute of National Security Studies, will steadfastly support you. Sometimes it's difficult to get things done in Sri Lanka because of bureaucracy, because of unnecessary red tape. I myself have told my staff, understand your leader's intent and then move forward. For every single thing, you don't have to get approval. You have to understand what is our national security priorities, what is our national security planning and preparation, what is our national security strategy, and move towards those goals with a zero tolerance against terrorism and crime and organized crime, and to meet those goals and objectives. Now, I am very happy to take any questions you have, both on the topic and out of the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rohan Gunaratna. Thank you for that insightful talk. And we would kindly invite the audience to put out any questions that they have, either on this platform or through Facebook or YouTube. Please feel free to put down your questions. We've got another 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Professor, I think things have been very clear. Unfortunately, there's no questions, which means that
I would say.
so it's thank you once again for being with us here with all your busy schedule. We value your presence here. With that,
Let's move on to the next segment, Darren.
and what we have next is Lucy. We have
Very, very important and a very relevant topic nowadays. Protecting the digital government infrastructure, specifically cloud. And we have
Mr. Oshada Senanayaka. And to tell more about him, he is the chairman of ICT agency and also the director general of TRC of Sri Lanka, as well as the board member of Sri Lanka CERT. And also, Oshada comes with a wealth of experience in previously heading Pixel, a premier IT solution and digital service company in Sri Lanka, engaged by a majority of blue chip in the country in driving forward its digital strategies. Oshada was also instrumental in the eventual merger of organization with Tavistock Group, a global private investment entity. Oshada has extensive knowledge in acquiring and working with Fortune 100 in the IT front in the US and Europe. Some of his educational achievements include an MBA from AIB Australia and a bachelor from the University of Northumbria in Newcastle.
Mr. Senanayaka has also was also invited by the Institute of Directors India to be a key panelist at the Bombay Stock Exchange Annual Forum 2018 with the theme of digitizing organizations.
And also, he's a visiting lecturer for University of Bedfordshire at Oxford School of Business for postgraduates, MBA students, and shares his knowledge of area of strategic management, digital marketing, and IT governance.
So I think, Darren, we can actually go beyond his professional life too. Senanayaka is very passionate about giving back to the community and is one of the founding members of a foundation where we provide educational assistance to children from rural areas, and this is of a long term. They provide long term assistance, and the latest project that he has embarked on has provided school packs for over 150 students from rural schools for readiness to get back to school for the year 2020.
And I think these are very great achievements. So with that, without any ado, let's welcome Mr. Oshada Senanayaka. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for our panelists to join, but looks like there is a bit of a disruption that's taking place on his end. So what we will do is we'll go for a refresher 15-minute refresher, Dal. How
It's-
does that sound?
That sounds great. And also, Nilusha, at the same time, if you still got any questions that you want to ask us or ask any of these panelists, feel free to put them down. They will be here with us, and we should be able to take it offline and give you the answers. So with that, let's take a break and be back in at
11:30.
11:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, all of you, to our final day of our national conference on cybersecurity. We are moving on to our next speaker, and which is going to be very interesting to hear him speak on the need for security on our digital assets and also cloud. To talk to you on this, we have Mr. Oshada Senanayaka. He's a chairman of ICT of Sri Lanka and a director general of TRC Sri Lanka, as well as the board member of Sri Lanka CERT, Sri Lanka's apex bodies for digitalization and national security, respectively. Mr. Senanayaka comes with a wealth of experience in driving forward digital strategies. He has extensive knowledge in acquiring and working with Fortune 100 eligible in the IT front in the US and Europe, bringing in a blend of technology expertise as well as industry insight in growing organization from startup to mature businesses. His educational achievements include an MBA from AIB Australia and a bachelor from the University of Northumbria in Newcastle. Oshada is a visiting lecturer for University of Bedfordshire at the Oxford School of Business for postgraduate MBA students and shares his knowledge of areas of strategic management, digital marketing, and IT governance. So with that, let me once again warmly welcome Mr. Oshada Senanayaka. Thank you.
So to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you all who are connecting into this 14th Annual National Conference on Cybersecurity 2021. And before I move forward, I will start sharing my screen so that I can take it through. I hope my screen is visible right now. If you can have a quick confirmation.
The screen is visible, sir.
Thank you. So again, a warm welcome to all of you, and indeed a privilege to be part of the National Conference, the 14th edition of it, in fact, in 2021. I believe we as a nation, in our vision in driving forward and forging ahead with a focus on digital transformation as a key priority, and also looking at digital inclusion as a key tenet on that approach, it's imperative that we understand the cybersecurity aspects play in that journey. I believe it's quite significant and it's quite important, to say the least. And I think this is the moment that we all are looking forward to focus on governance, information security. As much as we are looking at digital transformation like any other country, I think our top priority should be, as much as we are looking at technological solutions and automations, is the prime focus for governance as well as information security from a cybersecurity perspective. So with that, I will go into a few aspects to be quite candid on the current status quo that we have. Now, as I mentioned, of course, we have quite a few pivotal projects carried across from ICTA, as well as other joining agencies, for example, like CERT today, where I represent as a board member, and even TRC. I think it's quite important for us to really grasp and understand why we are creating this impetus and focus on cybersecurity. There are far-reaching repercussions and ramifications if we don't. I'll take a few very simple examples that we all are aware of. Just rewinding back to early 2021, come February, we had a serious situation. Even our domain, the LK domain registry, had a attack on it. These are incidents that we should take a lot of key learnings out from. Well, there's no country that has had 100% resilience against cyber attack, but it's about the readiness, the proactivity, and the momentum we need to have in place of reacting to such occurrences. That's what's important. So I believe as much as we are enabling and creating a technology diffusion across a wide variety of sectors today, we are having an education sector that's completely and literally online. Our next generation, our children, are online on the cyberspace. I mean, doing their own education, for example. Same goes for the university student demographic, where most of our university student contingent are literally online. And then if you look at even the other aspects of critical services, for example, the health sector, are online as well. Just a couple of months back, we launched our own digital vaccine certificate system based on the DIVOC platform, which is basically verified by the World Health Organization itself. And then we worked very closely with the health ministry as well as the World Health Organization Sri Lanka in launching it. But however, once we start utilizing this data online, once we start creating this data online, it's an imperative to ensure that we protect this data that's collated for all good reasons, for example. So I believe it's about not only rolling out these solutions, of course, to ensure that it's a digital citizen-centric government that we will have in the future based on the vision of the nation, but also ensure that these particular pieces of data, for example, are protected. And I think it's all our responsibility to ensure that we create a very conducive framework. It could start from institutional frameworks. It could move on to then pretty much legislative frameworks that I'll talk about a bit later on how we need to continue to improve and enhance and introduce new legislation that will enable such agencies such as CERT, the ICTA, the TRC, to better deliver in terms of this new role for all of these public sector entities. Now, just to give a few thoughts on why we need this. Again, we all know, I mean, we come through a lot of defacing of government agency websites. For example, the web presence is key to any agency, right? It's not only merely restrictive to government agencies. It's similar to private entities as well. And then the first line of threat that typically we see is the websites, right? I mean, on a digital world, I mean, it's like the car you drive, as I always say, right? I mean, you cannot afford a defacement of your web presence, right? I mean, that's going to bring a lot of reputational damage to that particular agency as well as the country as a whole, for example. So we've really identified right now what are the critical information infrastructures and what sort of resilience we need to create across these aspects. So we need to ensure there's certain information tiering that we need to do to ensure that we have some sort of baseline security standards coming in. And again, very simply, risk of critical digital infrastructure availability, cyber attacks. We are talking about network connectivity. We are talking about government security. Have any of us thought about the fact that we, as island nation, our complete internet backbone is built on submarine cable ecosystem or a submarine cable ecosystem, right? We have about 7 submarine cable ecosystem that's already set up across varied ISPs engaging. So we got the CMEV3, the 4, the 5 coming through. The CMEV5, in fact, is landing directly at Brownsill Mathura. Very interesting. Literally, it comes through from Europe and basically lands directly in Sri Lanka and then moves over to the Far East. Now, what that means is all of that European traffic that's generating from the western end towards the Far East is cutting across Sri Lanka. Now, there are advantages, there are significant advantages, the low latencies that we can leverage for future data center setup for Sri Lanka, for example. And the low latency times are a huge advantage for us to pivot on. But however, we need to also ensure that this submarine cable resilience programs are introduced. In fact, a couple of months back, we were the first to work with the UNODC as well as the Embassy of Japan. Japan supported us quite closely on this, and we moved on to basically introducing a first draft of a submarine cable protection and resilience framework. So right now we are working on ensuring the particular legislative pieces come along with the legal draftsman, and there's a lot of work behind the scenes on this. Now, again, if we don't work on this, what is the impact for us from a national point of view? The national credit rating, again, you would have seen just yesterday, there's movements in the national credit ratings, for example. But however, what we don't realize is not just the financial aspects that's considered now for national credit ratings, for example, right? The cybersecurity preparedness is also looked at. These are key variables that is concerned on a weighted average. So we need to ensure that we are right on top of things when it comes to cybersecurity on this front. Right. Again, of course, it's going to limit our ability to accelerate the development of digital ecosystems if we don't work on this with key priorities put in place. Right. And also the citizens, if you look at the end of the day, could be also impacted. If you look at this threat vector analysis of any of these attacks, I mean, it's going to have lateral impact not only on that particular agencies. I mean, it's laterally going to move across and impact quite a wide varied cross-cut of demographics, and that includes, for example, citizens as well, possibly. Now, I, wearing my TRC hat, works very closely with the telecom industry to look at significant scenarios. We all have internet right now. I mean, 13 million plus people already have internet connectivity in Sri Lanka, for example. And what that means is the question arises, how resilient are you from a consumer perspective in terms of the way you connect to the internet? All of these are key imperatives. We have had scenarios during the lockdowns, during the COVID-19 phenomena, where, I mean, work from home was a very new concept for even the organizations. I would be bold enough to even say that certain organizations didn't have that IT governance in place to manage that sort of accessibility, and then there were certain impacts made. I mean, if you look at the ransomware, the Revil ransomware, which was making significant negative strides across last year, not only in Sri Lanka, but across the region as well as internationally. I mean, these are examples, just a very simple rogue device that's connected to your network, your organizational network, can have catastrophic impacts if not addressed. And also, again, one of the key aspects we face right now is, again, the inability to address such cyber crimes due to lack of legal and enforcement frameworks as I speak. But I should also say that as I speak today, we've got the preliminary clearance for the Cybersecurity Act. Moving forward, I will deliberate further on that. The Data Protection Act is coming along as well. So I believe we are in a good stead in terms of ensuring that we bring up to speed these legal frameworks, as I mentioned earlier, as much as we try to hyperleap into a digital transformation from a country perspective. So again, the key imperatives, again, our current institutional frameworks and capacity is not adequate to address the national cyber risk adequately. These what I've been mentioning. Why I will explain in a short glimpse, right? We are at a situation, for example, as I mentioned again, we are still coming into play to by design introduce cybersecurity preparedness in our IT governance framework. For example, how many organizations of ours, whether it be public or the private sector, have stringent IT governance that embeds cybersecurity readiness by design into that frameworks? I mean, it's very, very rare. I mean, there's so many scenarios and incidents that proves us that we have a very low cyber resilience as a government in terms of the public sector as well as the private agency. I'm not saying it's at 0%, but I'm saying there's quite a lot of areas to improve on. And that's where CERT is coming along and doing a very proactive job in ensuring that we create that awareness, we create that frameworks, we create that hand-holding and mentoring so that these agencies, both government as well as possibly private agencies, adapt to this. And also, the next point is the what if scenario on a situation of a cybersecurity incident, right? The preparedness to respond to such cyber incidents to contain damage and recovery. That also has to be looked at. We are looking at national level shocks. We are looking at in terms of resilience of teams, the responses that we could do, the accessibility to such tools and technology are key imperatives. And I think, again, a lack of clear accountability for cybersecurity at a CII and a government agency level, it's a key issue that we are addressing right now. And if, in fact, I should state that for the last 2 years, there's been significant strides made on this front. When I mention CIIs, these are mentioned as critical information infrastructure, where the CERT has come through with a detailed list of critical information infrastructure. For example, it could be the central bank, it could be the IRD, it could be the health sector, for example. So there's an identification and information classification carried out already to identify what are CIIs, critical information infrastructure. And we address certain particular parameters and governance to address that CII criticalities that has been identified. Then again, the lack of capacity at government and private agencies and lack of central coordination of cybersecurity actions. I think this is something that we are addressing very seriously from a CERT perspective as well. And we are continuing to do that. And I think we are making huge strides on going forward on this. So I believe the lack of legislation to enable enforcement should not be excused, but it should be continued to be focused on to ensure that we address this situation on long term. All of the entities has to come together on this front. I mean, again, it's not just the CERT, the Computer Emergency Readiness Team, the likes of ICTA, the TRC, in terms of ensuring that this robust cybersecurity is extended to the telecommunication infrastructure is also key imperative. Lack of cybersecurity skills is another important aspect that we are addressing. Today, it's again imperative that as we go along as a country in adopting digital transformation and solution across the board on varied aspects of citizen touch points, it's also important that we look at upscaling our cybersecurity skills, as it's an absolute important aspect. And then the lack of funding allocation to build cyber resilience again is something that we have to address. It's very important to do that. And we are working right now as a whole of government approach in ensuring that we cover all of these aspects in detail and on a much more pragmatic and sustainable approach. Today, if you look at the National Cybersecurity Index, which ranks countries based on their cyber readiness, just last year, Sri Lanka was on the 98th rank out of 161 nations. We required all-round improvements. Again, as I mentioned, there are far-reaching repercussions if you don't. But I am proud to state today, and I wish to state my best wishes to CERT for bringing this 98th rank for Sri Lanka down to the 72nd rank as I speak today, out of 161 nations. So it's an important stride, an important index that shows that the programs we have set in place are moving forward. And I think this is something that we need to leverage on. The general cybersecurity indicators, such as cybersecurity policy development, cyber threat analysis, if you look at the base security indicators, such as the protection of digital services, protection of essential services, all of the key aspects I've talked about are basically captured in this cybersecurity index. So it's not just merely just a ranking that's done up. It looks at a wide cross-cut of aspects, as you would see on my screen right now. In looking at this aspect. So I think we need to continue to improve. We shouldn't basically be complacent to the fact that we've come to the 72nd rank. I believe we have to, the next stage is to come to the top 50 and then move along, also possibly to come to the top 20 and the top 10, for example. We've similarly done this from a perspective of the telecommunication industry. There's nothing that's impossible. Today, as per the latest international telecommunication report on indices on affordability of data, we've come to the top 20th rank. This is not me saying this. This is the latest ITU report stating this down. We are the 20th cheapest country for data right now for fixed data. In fact, for voice services, we've broken for the first time onto the top 10. We are the 7th ranked, and I repeat, we are the 7th ranked worldwide for the cheapest voice services as a destination. I think this is an imperative as we go along, ensuring that we position Sri Lanka as a destination for innovation and a destination for ICT services. I think affordability is a critical aspect that we need to look at. I'm just debating to note what's possible. And again, we need to continue to develop a comprehensive national strategy to enhance our cyber readiness. As I mentioned, the institutional frameworks to define and execute strategy is it's imperative. I believe it is making a focused attention on taking this forward. Legal framework to enable enforcement is a key imperative that we need to focus on. As I mentioned, we've got the first approval from the Parliament to move forward the cybersecurity draft bill. A lot more work to be done to basically ensure that we ratify that. Governance models to align cyber priorities across government as well as private organizations to oversee execution, a key imperative. And capacity building strategy to enable execution again is very important. To summarize again, as I mentioned, the establishment of a national cybersecurity agency with an appropriate mandate, I believe, is a key imperative. And again, I wish to state, with the enforcement and the confirmation potentially within the next few months on the cyber security bill, we could even basically transform the CERT into a fully fledged national cybersecurity agency with a lot more mandate to basically move the agenda of ensuring Sri Lanka has a stringent cybersecurity readiness across the government sector. Now, again, some top trends in the telecommunication industry. Again, I think my fellow panelists will focus on the 5G security assurance scheme just after me. But again, I just want to imply why we need to focus this on not just that traditional approach where we are introducing 5G as we speak today. Just early last 2020, we've introduced and initiated the 5G trials. And today, as we speak, we are continue to ensure that we look at the enablement of the commercialization of 5G. But however, with the advantages of the 5G network as well, we need to understand that certain aspects of security has to come in line. And I'll let my fellow panelists discuss in detail on that. And then secure and reliable services are more and most in need in terms of secure authentication. The number of smartphones biometric fingerprint readers, for example, is increasing. Today in Sri Lanka, we are at a 65% in terms of smartphone usage. We need to continue it. We are looking at basically sunsetting older technologies such as 2G and 3G as we speak. We are moving into 4G and also 5G aspects. And again, the introduction of artificial intelligence, the machine learning aspect, that's critical and coming in through are pretty much creating a different paradigm that we need to also consider in terms of cybersecurity readiness. Of course, Internet of Things, I won't go into detail, but of course, you all know today on your front aspect of even any home, you may have a Google Home or Alexa Dot. What that means is, again, these systems has access to your internal home network, for example. If you are not resilient, it's going to have far-reaching repercussions in the future, possibly as we all move into that. Yeah. Potential cyber threats on networks, I want to imply on three aspects. The cloud. Now we all know the cloud incidents that has occurred across the past, main thing. Yeah. So we will have to move on to critical aspects of looking at these clouds, right? Again, today we are at a situation where Sri Lanka is looking at the Lanka government cloud, the LGN, for example, right? The LGC, as we talk. There are two aspects. The Lanka government network, for example, provides country-level wide area network and accessibility to connectivity across all government sector entities that can utilize that service. The Lanka government cloud, again, at the end of the day, provides that service where you can create tenancy for your applications or solutions if you are a government entity. But at the end of the day, we need to look at on a far more broader perspective, how can we move forward this concept of the LGC, for example, to meet the demands of 2021. We are literally 21% down the 21st century. We all know there's a lot of technology agnostic approaches coming through in terms of cloud services. So we need to look at how are we going to leverage on these new aspects. We're talking about the new concept of cloud economies, right? We are talking about concepts of elasticity where we need to leverage on. So Lanka government cloud, again, since the whole point is on protecting digital government infrastructure, we need to start thinking beyond and ahead of the curve on recalibrating this Lanka government cloud service, for example, to meet the current demands. So today, what we are looking at is a very pragmatic approach. We are looking at introducing that true to life cloud aspects into the LGC, for example. For example, I'll give an example. If you are a government agency today, you should be able to provision your tenancy on the Lanka government cloud in the future based on elasticity. You may basically choose your flavor of operating system if you want to go as a IaaS service, or you may want to go as a platform as a service and consume that opportunities over there. But the key imperatives is we need to have that key nuances of a real cloud environment, which means you should be able to decide based on elasticity the storage that you want, the amount of memory you want, the amount of VMs, the virtual machines you want, right? The computing cycles that you would require. Could you provision certain value-added services such as backups in that scenario? Could you provision certain things like archiving? For example, if you look at the Amazon Glacier service, there are specific services provided for specific points. For example, you wouldn't use object storage, for example, for on a scenario of archiving. So there are, if you look at the world standard cloud services, whether it's Microsoft Azure or whether it's Amazon EC2 or the latest Google Cloud, this concept of elasticity is the key pivot. Now, that's what we are looking at extending to our own government cloud of a future, right? So today it's quite linear. I would say it's quite static right now because, of course, this has been a model that has not evolved on a later stage on a current node. But I can assure you today, we are looking at pragmatic steps of looking at holistically transforming these cloud services to meet the current demands of digital transformation. I'll give a few examples. Since I took over at ICTA, a good problem that I've seen is that I get calls day in and day out from heads of different government departments, from asking for emails, hosting spaces, provisioning of server environments to basically orchestrate their latest systems that is ready to go right now. But at the end of the day, we need to have a cloud solution that's resilient as well as scalable to meet those demands. Because otherwise, at the end of the day, we don't want the infrastructure piece to be the bottleneck in this journey, the fast accelerated journey towards digital transformation across many industries and sectors. Now, when you come to the imperatives of cybersecurity, as you would know, there are new phenomena we need to consider in terms of cybersecurity when you look at the clouds, right? This latest concept of security in the cloud and security of the cloud. Not many people have really realized and understood the key nuance on this, for example. So today, if you look at the GDPR, even from a UK or European perspective, there are addendums that's made on that, for example, to look at these new phenomena. For example, I'll give an example. Who is responsible for the security within a tenancy? If you are provisioning environment on the cloud as infrastructure as a service, who is responsible for that, right? If you are provisioning an environment on a platform as a service, who would be responsible? So there's a very clear demarcation, and that's where this concept of security of the cloud and security in the cloud concept comes in, right? So there are two clear demarcations. So there are certain aspects of responsibilities that the cloud service providers has to take up on this. Now, for example, I'm talking about the public clouds such as the Amazons and the Azures and the Googles of the like. But again, when you talk about this concept of a government even introducing these cloud services to complement the digitalization initiatives of the country, again, these are key aspects we need to also consider, right? So we need to understand, and also we need to ensure that the tenancy is also understands that then, right? Because we can't have a disjoint or miscommunication of these responsibilities, right? For example, if I'm going to spin up my own, it could be any type of line of business application that I provision, for example, for my organization that I want to put on a potential government cloud, then there has to be a clear definition of who is responsible for backups, who is responsible for cybersecurity, the security aspect of it, and who is responsible for information security. All of these are key imperatives. So when you talk about the cybersecurity perspective, there are wide varied of variables we need to look at. So again, as I mentioned, the security of the cloud and the security in the cloud phenomena has to be clearly demarcated. And unfortunately, in Sri Lanka yet, these are aspects we need to get into very fast, as the other countries have done it as well. Then there are scenarios coming into play of data residency, and then the concepts of data sovereignty, right? If you are as a government agency, if you are looking at cloud to enable your or provision your digitalization, how are you going to basically decide on of these? What are the imperatives that you need to align to? What are the critical baseline security standards you need to look at? So I believe the concept of data residency has been overwritten by the concept of data sovereignty. So if you look at certain other countries, for example, today there's no imperative to keep your data within the country, for example, right? It's very simple. If you look at the Gov Digital UK initiatives, for example, there are clear demarcations that set that you can have your data outside, but of course, the critical aspects of safe harbor of your data as a country. And the sovereignty of data is the key imperative. So gone are the adage of that data residency concept. This is the latest trend, but this is heavily debated still in certain countries, and in fact also in Sri Lanka. So these are silos that we need to break away from, really understand, because if we are to leverage on the years and years of know-how and the core competencies that has been garnered by these cloud services. And if we are to, as a nation, leverage on that the cloud economies of scale, we need to start changing our thinking. We need to start taking our perceptions, right? I mean, these are imperatives. So when you look at the cloud, it is not just a matter of, deciding what your tenancy is, right? As a tenant, there are clear imperatives that you need to do. But of course, as I mentioned, as a provider, if that in a case of the government deciding to provide these cloud services, well, we need to ensure that we have those imperatives in place. If not, we are not cybersecurity ready, and we are not information security ready. And these are commitments that I believe we have to provide the public moving forward. Now, again, the Data Protection Act coming in is going to create a very interesting environment on this. I think it's going to complement the cybersecurity bill. I think it's going to complement the fact that governments and the public administrations, as well as the private sector, has to take on responsibility of ensuring protection of citizen data. So the Personal Data Protection Act is going to create a lot of critical framework requirements that is important for us to go down this path. For example, data security, right? The privacy of data, right? It's called P by D in lingo of cybersecurity. The P by D concept, privacy by design, has to be an imperative that we have to consider when we continue to develop solutions. We continue to introduce certain, could be COTS systems, commercially off the shelf systems, but still the privacy by design has to be inculcated. But that doesn't stop there as well. There has to be a culture change across institutions, similar to cybersecurity readiness, where you need to start introducing the chief information security officers, for example. We will have to have, like the CIOs, the privacy the data officers, right? So there are institutional framework imperatives that is being introduced. But again, coming back to the resilience from a cybersecurity perspective, I believe all of these key tenets has to be looked at. So again, I think the cloud is something that we will be pivoting as even a nation. I don't think that we can go on this digital transformation drive without focusing attention on getting this cloud piece correct. We need to, as a lot of nations has proved, we need to have a cloud first strategy. That's my personal belief as well, and I'm pretty sure that that's consensus as well. We have to go on a cloud first strategy, right? We need to look at leveraging on certain cloud economies. If not, we would not be able to continue to invest and continue to scale up at the pace that this digital transformation is requiring for us to do in terms of setting in tone the required digital infrastructure. So it's very important to understand. Now, again, the next steps, again, just to delve in a bit to this cloud aspect again, as I mentioned, potentially with the cybersecurity bill coming along, and also the setup of a much more fully fledged holistic cybersecurity agency, leveraging on the excellent platform provided by CERT. I think, again, the introductions of the SOCs, the national SOCs, has to come into play. It's very important to do that. Again, and then also if you look at WebInt, as we talk about today, the introduction of WebInt, the introduction of ensuring there are certain aspects of tools and technologies to ensure that we understand and monitor these threats that come along in the future are going to be very different in nature. Today, we're talking about very scattered attacks of just very simple, potentially a defacement of a website. But we need to understand, and we need to be aware on a future perspective that we may be even be subject to a national level cybersecurity attack. I mean, these are not just fairy tales anymore. These are quite potentials. As we all know, in the 2021, warfare is not just on the ground, it's literally on the cyber front, right? And if we are not ready, nations could be brought down to its knees just within a few minutes, not even hours, if you are not going to create a resilient environment. So I want to reiterate the fact that the cloud services are a key imperative that we need to focus on. And I would urge all of you all who have joined today, whether you're from the public or the private sector, it is not just merely just putting on endpoint security in terms of antivirus guards, for example. It's about looking at a holistic point of looking at a much more stringent and holistic point of looking at as of a whole the organization. Some people think just endpoint security as well as having the best of the breed firewall. That's it. It is not. As I said, it has to be inculcated in organizational culture, and an IT governance frameworks within organizations has to be updated to ensure these key imperatives are considered. Then again, Internet of Things, again, I want to reiterate this matter in detail. Today, as I mentioned earlier, we are focusing on launching 5G services. And in fact, we have today, not many would know, but there are about 100 plus locations in Sri Lanka that offers trial 5G experiences to people in certain locations. If you have access to a CPA home-based router, which is 5G enabled, or a 5G enabled mobile device, you can consume that services and experience that free of charge, for example. But however, in the near future, once it's commercialized, once TRC initiates the 5G auctioning of spectrum, this is going to be very rapidly commercialized by the telecommunication industry, which is imperative. And I'll again explain why. I think as much as we talk about a smart Sri Lanka, we are talking about concepts of smart cities, agri-tech, we are talking about drone technology coming into play. We are talking about autonomous vehicle systems and also automated parking solutions and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, if we do not enable ourselves and leverage on technologies such as 5G and IoT, well, we are never going to basically realize this vision, right? Smart cities are not merely just putting out a couple of mobile applications. Smart cities are not just siloed applications that a local government may decide to put up for citizen services. It is not. And that's where the 5G infrastructure is quite important, and I'll explain why also. So there are three tenets of 5G if you look at it. The one of the key aspects that it provides is the URLLC concept, ultra reliable low latency connectivity, URLLC. Now, why do we need that, right? I'll give a very simple example. If you look at currently, we are talking about drone technology. We are talking about, for example, looking at completely disrupting the health sector. In Sri Lanka today, we have a dearth of specialized doctors, for example, in rural areas. So what if we can do remote surgeries? What if we can do remote consultancies and connectivity so that there could be guidance provided by the expertise from Colombo, for example? But to do that on the 4G networks, you cannot do that because the 4G networks has an inherent latency. For example, it will be about 200 to 250 milliseconds in a scenario, or even about 130 milliseconds. But in terms of IoT and the requirements, the use case of the transformational health automation, that is not sufficient. So if you look at the 5G aspect of it, the latency times can theoretically come in down to even 1 millisecond. But practically, we can basically tab it at about 5 milliseconds. So the difference, if you look at a very simple case study, is that, for example, if you're talking about autonomous vehicle and collision avoidance systems, I mean, today, if you even take basic cars, there are radar-based auto braking systems, right? In the future, we are talking about a V2V connectivity. You would have also seen the Tesla cars avoiding accidents that is not directly inherent to that particular car. It can sense now another accident and take evasive action, for example, right? So in this scenario, imagine the difference between that 200 milliseconds and that 5 milliseconds. Imagine there's a situation of a collision. Based on 5G technology, the V2V communication of data could happen within 5 milliseconds. So to give an example, for example, at 60 kilometers per hour, for example, vehicles traveling, on 4G technology, if you have to initiate this avoidance system, it may take basically 30 feet to stop the car. But if you basically transform it to that low latency of 5 milliseconds and sub 5 millisecond connectivity, the decision could be made so fast that the two vehicles can even stop within 4 inches, right? And that's how fast the data transmission is happening right now. And that's important for us to understand. This is a very simple basic example, and then it could be a matter of life and death in this scenario. So a very simple thing about the URLCC. But then the MMTC, the massive machine type connectivity that is required, again, for IoT devices to enable these concepts of smart cities, right? Today on a 4G network, you can literally connect about approximately 64,000 devices within a square kilometer. On 5G technology, it can expand to a staggering 1 million sensorial devices within a square kilometer. right? So gone are the days that we were banking on literally just the download speeds and not the upload speeds. We are talking about on IoT environment, a lot of upload and connectivity pieces. It's a lot of back and forth, right? So these concepts of the fast uplink grant that is in fact done by a university in Sri Lanka, supported by the TRC as well on that research. We are looking at scenarios how this base station utilization in terms of these service requests coming in can be optimized. And in fact, it's a Sri Lankan attempt by a university, and I should even comment on that point. So again, as I mentioned, URLLC and the MMTC, the machine-machine type connectivity are key imperatives for us to move forward, right? But the last but not least, the third tenet is basically EMBB, enhanced mobile broadband. So that's where you will basically get access to literally, speeds moving past the 1 Gbps rate up to 10 Gbps even, right, in the future. I mean, if you're in an area today in Sri Lanka where you can connect to these services, you can even experience 1 Gbps free of charge. So that's a cue for you all. But again, coming back to the point, these are the positives of 5G and Internet of Things. But the realization is that we need to understand the cyber threat that we would have to be aware of pretty much looking at these 5G networks. Now, again, it's not then going to just be siloed on an organizational front. We need to ensure that our telecommunication networks, the core networking systems, are robust and made resilient, right? And that's why, again, if I wear my hat of the TRCD, Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, is working in close tandem with the telecommunication industry, and working on these critical aspects that can even impact national security if not addressed today. And I'm glad to state that we are working in tandem with the CERT of the likes and the other agencies, and the defense agencies, in ensuring that as much as we pragmatically go forward to enabling and embracing these technologies, we ensure particular due diligence in looking at this. So, for example, 5G is not a scenario that will be limited to just home broadband, as I explained, right? It is going to cut across different industries, and it's going to enable a IR 4.0 scenario in terms of automating how factories work, for example. It is going to literally automate our experience as citizens in terms of vehicular traffic movements, the smart enablement of traffic light systems, and even accessibility to certain information cutting across IoT devices that may have access to your home, that may have access to your health information. And these are imperatives we need to again ensure that we cover with a robust cybersecurity program to ensure our national security aspects as well as the citizen aspects are well covered as we go along these journeys. Of course, I mean, we need to go on this journey if we are to pretty much leverage on a potential future digital economy that we all are yearning for. But again, of course, with the proper step and the proper focus on cybersecurity. Again, devices, I'm not going to talk about too much in detail. Again, as you would all know, today you would understand the main threat vectors that come in terms of cyber threats are your own device as well. Today, whether it's iOS or whether it's your Android phones, you need to be extra particularly careful when you download apps. You need to ensure that these are verified applications from whether it's the Play Store or the iStore, or else there could be a breach on the device itself, where we all know, where even your very simple example of your mic on your phone could be switched on without you even knowing. I mean, it's literally eavesdropping at another level that you wouldn't even know, right? I mean, going forward towards another aspect, I mean, even your webcam could be switched on. And hence the reason we see even people going into that archaic way of just putting up a sticker on top of the webcam, right? That's the reason for it, right? So these are key imperatives we need to understand, and it's very important to understand the implication it has on yourself. So we use a multitude of devices today. We take the same device home and it latches onto your Wi-Fi. We take the same device on a BYOD concept to your organization. It latches onto the Wi-Fi of that organization. So if there's a rogue device, I mean, again, I don't want to restate what I mentioned. There's going to be significant threats that could be created on this aspect if not look forward. So I hope I've given a bit of perspective on potential cyber threats on networks. Again, these are some of the things that I mentioned earlier as well. Mobile operators literally provide today the backbone for literally all of the activities we do, which is basically accelerated by the COVID pandemic. today, literally all facets of our lifestyle, whether it's work from home or study from home, are done on our telco networks. And again, at the end of the day, as I mentioned, it's very important to understand how imperative that we consider security in ensuring that these networks are robust. And I can assure you from our perspective, from the CERT as well as Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, as well as from a perspective of ICTA, we are absolutely focused on ensuring that top priority is provided for this key critical aspect. A very interesting point as well in terms of statistics from the World Economic Forum, with cyber attacks now being considered as the third highest global risk. I mean, these again, as per the World Economic Forum statistics, right? And I think it's imperative for us to understand this. And I can assure you from a telecommunication industry perspective, there's a lot of onus that's set in tone and a lot of activity that's happening to ensure that we create a robust and resilient network, which not only focuses on legacy connectivity platforms such as 3G and 4G, but we are proactively looking at ensuring that we take this through, more importantly, towards the potential future 5G networks. Cyber attacks on companies, a couple of examples that I want to reiterate on this fact. You would all know the significant Sing Health data breach that was caused by basic lack of security in 2018, right? In fact, the data that was breached included the Singaporean Prime Minister's data, for example. In 2016, the UK mobile provider, most of you have heard of the Three, was hacked, right? That resulted in the theft of personal data across over 100,000 customers. And in 2016, again, the Mirai worm has infected the post office routers in the UK. But again, these are not just international examples, but if you take our own scenario, we've had scenarios, as you would all know, where we've had our own scenarios that we had breaches, right? There was incident where even the telecommunication industry at a point faced a threat based on a breach of security that happened. The ransomware attack that occurred, but luckily certain stringent measures ensured that it was sandboxed without major impact. But these are examples that we should learn on, and it's very important to understand the imperatives. As I mentioned again, as much as we look at the ground levels, it's also important to look at our international infrastructure. And that's why it's quite important that we put focus not only on the ground level infrastructure, but we also put due focus on ensuring we extend that cybersecurity readiness in terms of creating a resilient submarine cable network for Sri Lanka. We all know just, I think towards end of last year, I believe, or the third quarter of 2020, there was a particular blackout within Sri Lanka, a power blackout, which entailed that we couldn't access any of our systems. And it was a significant issue for all of us, where we could do our work from home. We couldn't connect to the traditional networks we had. In fact, certain mobile towers went through because the backups wasn't resilient enough to withhold to 8 to 10 hour power failure. So even at a moment, there was even failure starting off on the mobile connectivity network. So it was significant. But imagine today, if you think it's significant, imagine a situation where our submarine cable infrastructure is impacted today. Just think about it. Just imagine a blackout of data today as a country. I mean, the repercussions, I cannot go into the aspects of impact it would have, the negative impacts. The financial losses could be staggering, and it could even be staggering enough that we might not even be able to recover for some future time. In terms of networks, the banking services, all of that is going to come to a grinding halt. As we all know, we have a quite expansive ATM network, for example. I mean, it's going to disrupt all facets of life. If you thought a power blackout could disrupt our lives, I mean, just imagine, just take a moment to think what would happen if you have a data blackout. And I don't want to mention certain countries. There have been incidents in certain countries across the last 3-4 years on this. And again, that undersea cables that connect all countries today, an estimated 97% of all global communications and over $10 trillion of financial transactions each day go through this submarine cable network. So as a country, again, it's imperative for us to consider security framework to ensure we have a resilient framework to ensure the protection of our submarine cable network. It's imperative to the fact that we are putting a lot more onus on our digital transformation. And in fact, even today, as I mentioned, I mean, if we do not do that, we are not a country that have significant satellite service backup for broadband. It is near impossible to do. But of course, we are looking at that scenario now as well. And these are aspects that we need to continue to consider. A lot more people would be interested on even the new concepts and paradigms of Starlink, for example, coming through, right? I mean, it's going to disrupt the way Netflix and Amazon Primes have disrupted the way media works across the globe. So, I mean, these are things we need to be open to as a country. And in fact, I'm glad to stay on this forum that we've already looking at initiating that conversations, even with the likes of the Starlinks. So again, undersea cable resilience framework, as I mentioned at the start of my presentation, has evolved. Today, we have, with the support of the UNODC and Japan, has ensured that we finalize the draft version, and it's with the legal draftsman for finalization and for adaptation, which we believe could happen within the next 3 to 6 months. That's going to ensure we have a very resilient framework. Again, an important aspect when we portray Sri Lanka as a country that could be utilized by other nations to act as a hub for innovation and IT services, I think they'll provide a lot more reassurance moving forward. And also, as I mentioned, in the future, we are looking at leveraging on setting up of regional as well as national data centers in Sri Lanka. Again, as I mentioned, leveraging on the fantastic opportunity and technical leveraging we can do on CME V5, for example. That amount of low latency that provides for the reason that it's a direct landing in Sri Lanka has to be leveraged on. But of course, as you would know, setting up data centers requires a lot more other different aspects. You need to have fibering networks that amounts to a 400G standard. We need to ensure that there are resilient power provisions in place. So in Sri Lanka today, we have the tier 3 data centers, but to move up one more notch to T4, you need another grid of power as well. I mean, that's how it has been defined. But these are aspects that we are also looking at on how we look at. Again, last but not least, again, we are also working with the International Telecommunication Union in terms of standardization of cybersecurity and other aspects of cyber concerns. As again, we have a strong collaboration with CERT and TRC right now, as well as ICTA. That's one of the key aspects I want to state down. The fact that all of these agencies has been brought together has created an immense synergy that is required, and a well thought out whole of government approach by unifying these 3 agencies together, noting that these are 3 key pillars: the TRC, the fundamental the mandate of ensuring a stringent connectivity infrastructure made robust with required cybersecurity standards. ICTA completely driving forward that digital transformation mandate on a unified and again a very harmonized approach, unlike where we've done in the past. It's a very important aspect. And CERT coming in through and providing us that expertise in terms of ensuring the cybersecurity priorities to be set in place. So today we work with a wide cross-cut of agencies. So the ITUT study group 17 is one key aspect which the TRC and CERT is now working together on as well. We have already also connected with the MITRE organization of US in terms of, again, ensuring that we have a close collaboration, a close international collaboration in terms of bringing these best practices of cybersecurity into our ecosystem. And these are real. I mean, these are conversations we are working on right now. In fact, a few months back, I've connected with the Carnegie Mellon University as well, with the able support of the US Embassy, which has been helping us a lot. As you would all know, Carnegie Mellon University is one of the pivots in coming out with policies and new transformational technology concepts for cybersecurity resilience. So we as a nation, I'm proud to state at this moment that we are in sync, and we've established these strategic partnerships and communications and conversations with these key agencies. In fact, CERT is part of a much more wider international CERT network to ensure that we share information. And these are aspects that we are continuing to take forward. So again, I will end my note on that front. And I hope that I have covered the key imperatives. Again, just to wrap up, I want to ensure that all of us has to come together in terms of ensuring prioritization of cybersecurity in our minds, prioritizing the need for information security, the need for the protection of data, the protection of the privacy of data. Again, as a country, I believe as much as we go through a rapid transformation of digitalization that we are all demanding for us as the public, it's important that we do that with ensuring a robust governance framework to ensure the security of that information and data of the public. So with that, I wish to congratulate, as always, for CERT for basically ensuring that the 14th edition of the annual National Conference on Cybersecurity 2021, due to the COVID pandemic, is been driven online. But I believe this session is significant to ensure awareness and that clarity of thought in how imperative it is for us to adopt these cybersecurity nuances. So with that, thank you again for giving me this opportunity. And I wish that all the best in moving forward on the next sessions on this agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oshada Fernando. Thank you very much. Apologies, Mr. Oshada Senanayaka, for giving us this insightful talk. And we hope that this has been a very interesting, and we hope that everyone has found this very useful. With that, Nilushi, we have once again. Let's see if you have any questions from our members. So please bear with us for a moment, just to quickly check if you have any questions. We do not have any questions at the moment. Thank you so much for taking your busy schedule and being with us here today. On behalf of Sri Lanka, sir, we thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we do want to let our audience know that we are 10 minutes ahead of the schedule, but we've got an important, exciting event to be announced. And I think we have Maslow also, who has joined us from Cyber Rangers. Maslow, we hope that you're with us. And
yes,
thank you, Maslow, for joining in. Thank you so much. So the next agenda is to give away the prizes for the Hacking Challenge winners.
So before we move on with that, shall we hand over the session to Marcelo?
Yes, to say a few words.
Yes, good day. Good day to you all, and congratulations for this great week of very interesting talks and full of very esteemed experts in the cybersecurity industry from Sri Lanka and from abroad. What to say? The week started with the APT40 challenge, sponsored by our company and a few other companies that are there on your very nice panel in the background. So we're looking forward. It was a very well-attended challenge. We saw students and professionals engaging with this ransomware scenario, defending as a SOC their organizations, and the results were very interesting. We had very strong competition, a highly dynamic challenge with people alternating in the top of the leaderboard, and eventually, as you announced last Wednesday, we had some results. So I'm very keen to join this morning. This morning my time, today your time, your conference with the other sponsors, and obviously congratulate the top performers for their endeavors. We look forward to the second next announced challenge, we look forward as Cyber Rangers and Silensec to carry on our collaboration with Sri Lanka CERT. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. So before we move on to the segment, our prize winners are still getting ready to come on board. So I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Ashok Kalhari and the team from Cisco Networking Academy, then Shihan Anand and the team from Delta Spike, Mr. Qasim from Dairy FT, Inoj Praveen from Articulate, Maurice Campbell and team from Cyber4Dev, Christopher Lee and team from Huawei, Mr. Alan team from Cyber Rangers, Lanka Jai Singha and team from SLT Mobitel, Priyanka Gunasekaran and team from VSIS. Last but not least, Sujit Christie and team from ISC Squared, Sri Lanka Colombo chapter. Darling?
We are ready and we are just about to bring on the participants on stage to announce the winners. Maslow, we wish you were here, but
It will be. There will be an opportunity, hopefully soon, to share these kind of moments in person. Thank you.
have been great, but certainly I should acknowledge that the participants has had a great experience with the platform because we've had around 168 people working on the platform and we had only just 2 people managing the platform. That tells us.
And it was seamless, Darling.
Seamless,
We didn't
certainly.
have any issues of any sort, and the participants found it.
And the feedback that we've
Quite
had
good.
was that this has been the best, one of the best platforms that they've had. So we're glad that everyone has enjoyed the game, so which is more important. So with that,
Thank
think-
you, thank you, Marcelo and team, for coming on board on this national initiative. It has helped the whole nation in terms of information and cybersecurity, in terms of building capacity.
certainly
Thank you.
Niluchi. And also on top of that, we are hoping to have another hacking challenge because we've had an overwhelming response among our constituents asking us to host another one.
Not just a hacking challenge, Darling, but a simulated environment as a cyber warfare initiative as well. So we'll see what we can do.
Certainly, certainly. So with that, let me invite Christopher Lee from Huawei to come on board, please. And also our CEO from Sri Lanka CERT to the stage. Thank you. So with that, let me invite. So it's a very small space. Manage. Okay. And 3 teams.
Black fire.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, Black.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Yes, Sky Warriors and ETC. Please, can you come forward?
Platform is pretty good, yeah. But we had some confusion when we are answering the questions. We didn't know how was the format. So we had some sort of like confusions like that. Yeah.
But platform is very good.
Platform is very good.
You had a great experience. That's glad to hear. Thank you.
Striving on.
Thank you. So thank you, CEO, and also Chris.
That's great.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone for being here. Back to our seats. Yeah, so Marcelo, thank you once again for being with us. It's been great working with you, and we hope to see you with the engagements.
Yes, we hope to see you here in Sri Lanka, and we would definitely brew you a cup of tea. So please do come. Please do come.
Thank you very much for your great work as coordinators of this event. Thank you, Nilushi, and thank you, Dylan. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Marcelo.
Yes. Bye now.
So with that, Nilushi,
We can move on to the next segment, Dylan.
and this is going to be interesting.
Yes.
And to talk.
Thank you so much.
So it's going to be on 5G security assurance, and this is going to be conducted by Mr. David Turkington. He's the head of technology, APAC and GSMA. David has worked in the mobile networking and engineering industry for over 35 years, and his his experience includes standards, rollout and optimization, networking, security, analytics, and machine learning. He's been in Hong Kong for over 28 years and specializes in network engineering. And he is currently the director of technology for Pixel Networks, an IoT solution provider in APAC. At GSMA, he is responsible for coordinating various mobile industry technology initiatives, including 5G, AI, and IoT in the APAC region. David is a member of the Institute of Engineering and Technology, and he's also a chartered engineer. Sir, we are happy to have you on board. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here. I must apologize for the renovation going on in the background. We all have experienced this working from home these days. So I just share my screen and then I get started with the presentation. So here we go. So what Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme is an attempt to standardize security requirements for the mobile industry. So if I just jump past me, a little bit about GSMA. We're the Global Association of Mobile Phone Operators, and we have some 750 operator members around the world and some other 400 companies in the wider ecosystem. For example, Huawei and Ericsson, the phone manufacturers and the equipment manufacturers, plus many other associated service providers. We really represent the mobile industry to government, and we're the face of the mobile industry in regulation and trying to standardize things. So a little bit about supply chain. Essentially, it was an effort to reduce any disruption to the supply chain, is one of the reasons that NESIS was created. So what is the supply chain? It's the all the chain of people, organizations, resources, shipping, the technology, and everything really involved in a product or service deployment and its life cycle. So essentially, it's the whole series of steps that are required to, whether it be deliver food to your table or your phone system. So, but we're here to talk about phones and the phone system. So part of the supply chain is focused on minimizing the risk for the supply chain, for example, and to minimize those risks by taking into account different aspects. So, for example, most recently we've had the Suez Canal accident where the ship crashed in the Suez Canal and blocked the Suez Canal for some weeks, causing backlogs of containers and so on. This is sort of a key example of a supply chain problem. Of course, this was not done by cybersecurity. This is somewhat more physical and human, created. But of course, there's the cybersecurity threats from hackers, nation states, and just people making mistakes that cause problems to occur in the networks. As mentioned here, the motivation can be a desire to monitor or steal or destroy information, or just to make sure something goes wrong. And sometimes this is used for competitors to try and discredit rivals in the network, reputational damage. So, and supply chain can be a means to gain a foothold to mount other attacks to try and steal information, for example. This has sort of happened in the US, particularly, and perhaps elsewhere, where subcontractors, the small firms, perhaps don't have the same cybersecurity standards or requirements of their organization, but they have, by virtue of being a supplier to a bigger organization, they have maybe privileged access into the computer system, and therefore, this is a step foothold to gain access to that bigger system or government. So the security importance of supply chain, for us, it highlights the vendor's ability to achieve and maintain security levels, and again, of these subcontractors that are suppliers to their network. In addition, the reliance of society and business on networks is increasing. Just mentioned earlier was smart cities, for example. This is something that's very important. I must apologize again for the renovation. Let me get my microphone even closer. Regulatory pressure. Again, this is something that's happening too. The governments are realizing this is a key requirement, and they're making these requirements mandatory and are regulatory in nature. Supply chains are becoming longer and more complicated. Again, suppliers supply components from all over the world, perhaps to China, and then they're assembled and then they're shipped out, and then you've got the shipping logistics chain and so on. Nation state intelligence is is a concern. Again, that depends where you are or not. And again, the same thing applies as being a subcontractor or part of a network, and simply being part of the network makes you a target. And security breaches can undermine consumer trust. Just imagine if your banking system was tainted in some way security-wise. This becomes a serious problem for the banks and really society as a whole. Sorry, 1 second. So there's multiple dimensions to this supply chain. So, for example, we've got the legal part, the rules, regulations that, and these impact the understanding and the requirements. And then they have the geopolitical policy. These are the rules and regulations that inform and guide and are aligned on both sides of the borders in order to do business and connect and interconnect for networks. And then we have the technical security standards. This is the technical interoperability, making sure that networks talk to each other, that the same phone, 5G, 4G, 3G phones will work on all 5G or 3G networks. So NESIS is very much focused on the technical aspects of product development, again, from the start, the very beginning, the design, all the way through to the disposal of the finished equipment, and touches on legal and policy aspects, of course. So as I mentioned, in particular, NESIS addresses the equipment supply. That is, in this case, the mobile phone network equipment. So, for example, the base stations, the core network switches, the software, and everything required to build a mobile network. The operator on the top part, the gray part, this is not part of NESIS, but we do have the fraud and security group, which addresses the network architecture, deployment and operations of a mobile network to allow for security that way. But NESIS in particular is product, equipment supply. And as mentioned, again, it's not the only part, but this is the part that NESIS addresses. So why NESIS? What's the point? And as mentioned, I think by the earlier speakers, mobile networks are now critical infrastructure. 30 years ago they were a luxury, but now everybody has one, and the lockdowns and so on recently have sort of highlighted the need for reliable, high bandwidth networking, not just for phone, voice, and so on, but also for the internet. So what else is happening is nation states are beginning to regulate and restrict the equipment supply. They're choosing who they'd rather do business with. And this sort of comes across as security requirements and conformance to minimize this risk. So as mentioned earlier, standards is keenly important for this whole thing. GSMA particularly is very keen on standards. This is the reason we have mobile phones, essentially, because of the standardization in spectrum, the standardization in the technology. Essentially 3GPP, they create the standard for the equipment, but we then represent the operators who use this equipment, and so we highlight greatly the need for standardization. And again, this is what makes the phone so cheap, that we have technology that, your phone is probably as powerful as the computers that put man on the moon, all that time ago. So it's not a trivial exercise. So why NESIS? Basically, we find that the operators and the equipment vendors, and to a lesser extent the governments, want to see a common set of standard security requirements. And so what we're trying to do is create those standards so that operators can request it from vendors and vendors can comply with that. So what NESIS is, it's a baseline standard of security to prove that your equipment meets certain basic standards, and it works by applying a few things. So first of all, the equipment vendor, we audit his processes, and then we take the output of those processes, the equipment itself, and we test it to the security standards that come out of 3GPP actually. So GSMA works closely with 3GPP in this aspect. So of course 3GPP defines the standards of the equipment, that define the packets that are sent over the radio, they define the format of the data, they define the frequencies and very detailed performance of the radios and so on, of the phones. And in addition, they also define a set of security assurance specifications. So these are like test cases apart from specifying what the equipment should do, these SCAS things essentially define what it shouldn't do as well. So it's tests to make sure it doesn't do things or does do things in a certain way. And so, for example, if you send a packet with no data in it, what happens? And so this is one of the test cases that they come up with. In GSMA, so our point in this whole thing is to take these specifications and then come up with a process to use them to test the equipment in a audited way, so that an operator can then claim that they meet these specifications. So, and we do this through test laboratories that are accredited by us, and also we audit the processes and requirements of the vendors themselves. So, as mentioned, we appoint the auditors here. So, a little bit about overview of NESIS. So, as I mentioned, it has different elements. One is the security assessment of the vendor's development and product lifecycle process. So we also make sure that security by design is part of the process they use. It's not added on afterwards. We work with the ISO people, in particular the ISO 17025, which takes to do with specifying test laboratories. But that's just one step. I'll come back to that in a moment. And then we do product evaluations are carried out by test labs using the standard security requirements and test cases that I mentioned that come from 3GPP. So how does a vendor get on this, find themselves compliant to NESIS? So firstly, they have to define their security related processes. So this is how do they do their software design, for example. They have to make sure that if they have a software change system, that it is actually used. So whenever they change the versions of software, version control system, that it's used as part of their software development process, because there's no point in having a software version control system if you don't use it. So it's not merely claiming that they have one, they have to use it and demonstrate that it's used during the assessment. So of course, as well, the equipment vendor assesses and declares they conform with NESIS requirements. That's a self-assessment part. But then, as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. So then the audit team comes and confirms that they pass those processes. And so this is the verify part. And then the audit team writes a report, the findings of which are shared with the equipment vendor. And then they can use that as part of their sales process when they're claiming they have they're NESIS compliant. And as well as that, as a prerequisite, they have the conformance claim form. Little bit about this. So what are the assets? So the GSMA FS.16 is sort of one of the standards that they have to meet. I'll mention that a little bit later. But essentially the assets, for example, are the source code, the software packages. These are the libraries that are used in developing the software. The finished products, and also, excuse me, the documentation, the security documentation, and the development support. So, for example, these would be the, as I mentioned, the version control and so on. And then it goes into some detail defining, the different types of threats that are that can happen, and how we can then the requirements to avoid these causing problems. So, for example, the design, the coding, testing, and operations, and so on. So this is the life cycle requirements. How does that work in process? So, as I mentioned, GSMA defines NESIS, processes. The 3GPP defines the SCAS, security assurance specifications, the test cases. The ISO 17025 lab has to do the testing of the equipment, and they accredit the equipment accordingly. But simply being ISO 17025 means you know about testing and standards, but it doesn't mean you know about NESIS, or it doesn't mean you know about mobile networks or even radio and networking. So they have to get subject matter experts involved. These are perhaps consultants or other vendors, perhaps even, in order to support them to define these tests, because testing a mobile network is fairly complicated, to say the least. And so then they have the secure test laboratory, where they run through the test procedures on the equipment. They check the capabilities and expertise as well of the, this is of the lab, to make sure they're able to do that. And this is how we accredit the lab. So if you want to be a test lab, these are the requirements. So first of all, initially you have to be ISO 17025 accredited. That means you need to know about standards, you need to know about lab documentation and so on according to that standard. But then in addition, as I mentioned, you have to know about mobile networks and NESIS. So you have to know about the principles and methods used in NESIS. You have to know about the 3GPP SCAS documents, how to test a radio for and document the result. How to do the overall evaluation, and competency to analyze the results of a SCAS testing. There's no point in doing a test and seeing the result if you don't understand what it means. And so also that means that you have ability to evaluate the product development in light of the audited process. So, and of course, as going on, you need to be familiar with telecom equipment and the architecture and the interfaces and the whole technology of the mobile networks and telecom networks. And as I'll mention later, the scope of NESIS is expanding, because now cloud computing is becoming part of the mobile networks. So now we have a network piece of equipment. So we've got the vendor has been NESIS compliant. They have produced a piece of equipment now, and now we want to certify that piece of equipment. This is the steps you go through here. So the equipment vendor builds the equipment, obviously, following the process that they declared. They then declare compliance. Presumably they do some tests as well. And then this is sent to the test lab, who then evaluates it in compliance with the test sets that were given. And then hopefully, if all goes well, the test lab evaluates it and tested with the 3GPP SCAS tests, and then they give you this the evaluation out, and hopefully that's a positive assessment that you can then that the vendor can then use for their security. To give you an idea of, these are the 3GPP standards or SCAS. These are the security assurance specifications. And you can, on the original thing, you can click on these and it opens up a link to 3GPP, where you can download the particular specification so that you know how to test it. Just to point out a couple of these, the third one down, eNode B, that's the LTE base station. The fifth one down is Gnode B, that's a 5G base station. We have user plane functions and then edge protection proxies and also network exposure function at the bottom. And this is where the networks are going in future. They will open up APIs and then different entities, different companies will be able to access these to take advantage of the different technology and services provided in the mobile network. But of course, you need these to be secure or else it'll be big trouble. A little bit about the current status of NESIS. We brought out version 1.0 back in October 2019. Then, of course, everything that happened, but we still managed to get out version 1.1 in September. And then most recently in December, we have version 2.0. And this used the feedback from the different people using NESIS, of course, to simplify things and streamline them, but also test things that were maybe overlooked or needed to be tested. And as I mentioned, adaptation to the needs of different stakeholders. So as I mentioned, the FS series of documents, these documents are all available for free at our website, the GSMA website, the link at the bottom there. But just to give you an idea what they are, there's the NESIS overview, the test laboratory accreditation requirements, and how to become a test lab, the assessment methodology. So if you want to become a test lab, what you need to do, and that's for the equipment, and then the security requirements, and this is for the vendors and have to be security cleared to a certain extent to pass these processes. So what did we do in 2020 while we were all stuck at home? One of the things was the development of the two releases, as I mentioned. 1.1 cleared up a few aspects of the scheme, and then version 2 came out. We've had the completion of the first audits of vendor processes. We've had the accreditation of the first NESIS labs. And what we're finding is that NESIS has been proposed and to be adopted under the EU Computer Security Act that's coming up. And this will be, this is quite an achievement. So it's a standardization of security, really. The performance of the first NESIS product evaluations is completed recently. So this is the equipment has come out of the factory following the processes that were defined and tested accordingly. And so now we have NESIS compliant equipment. Sorry, I went too far there. So let me just go back. So auditors, the auditors are the people that verify that the network equipment, the labs are able to, the vendors are able to meet the NESIS requirements. We had an open selection process, and then these two labs passed, and we'll have new selections from time to time, but these are the two at the moment. Where we are to date with the vendor assessments, so we've got 8 process assessments completed, and the 4 leading vendors, you guess which ones from this slide, they've all passed and had been had their security or tested in accordance with the GSMA appointed auditors. And you can actually download which equipment has met this audit from our website, as mentioned there. And then now they're gearing up for product evaluation. So now that their factories have been certified, they will start making product stuff to those specifications. Now, once that happens, it gets passed to the laboratories. So this is more important that these are spread around the place because there's more of them and there's more customers spread around the place. At the moment, we have 16 labs in 12 countries seeking NESIS recognition, and you can see the spread is quite wide in this region. APAC, we've got Australia, Singapore, China, Taiwan, and India, and so that's quite a wide spread. And I'm sure there'll be more coming along shortly. The first recognized ones you can see here are Palindrome, CAICT, and DECRA. They've already passed already. As I mentioned, NESIS is under consideration for the EU Cybersecurity Act. It's a sort of complicated document, but essentially it adds an extra loop around the outside of the authority, which certifies or requires that equipment be NESIS specified in addition. So this is like the EU government, as it were, requiring the national governments to use NESIS as a baseline, and everything else is pretty much the same. The audits and the equipment is complied with, and we have the certification body that issuing certificates. As mentioned up in the corner, this is a possible sort of arrangement. So as mentioned, it introduced legislation on cybersecurity, the EU did, and this, because it was included that mobile networks fall within the scope of critical infrastructure. And EU plans to, network equipment certification, and then NESIS is ready-made for this as well. ENISA is the EU's cybersecurity agency. NESIS benefits, this is the key thing. Why do we do all of this stuff? And one of the key things is to make it simpler, and to come back to some of the things some of the earlier speakers mentioned. So it provides a reference of security assurance for all people. So for example, every vendor, every operator can then require all the vendors to comply with NESIS. They don't have to come up with a sort of checklist or menu of security requirements that are defined for their home country. And the vendor then can say, yeah, we comply with NESIS and this has been audited and so on. And so they don't have to look up individual country security requirements or whatever and find out that they do indeed comply with them. And so this simplifies things a great deal for the operators and for the vendors. And simplifying is very important here, because the more complicated something is, the more likely there is going to be holes or security deficiencies or things that are just simply missed, and this could provide a problem for later on. It provides a level of security, so it's for the network equipment, it's both visible and understood, so we know what they had to do to get to that stage of certification. And it encourages security by design. In all of the vendors, again, they start at the very beginning with this NESIS process, and so even at the design stage of the software version control, they're then taken into account security. So this is a key thing. So it makes sure that you don't get things like old libraries getting compiled into the code, and then even though everything else is good, these were overlooked. So it filters out those mistakes. And because this is an ongoing thing, it means the vendors can demonstrate that they maintain the security level. And a key thing is the cost is shared among everyone in the ecosystem. So the vendors and the operators both have their part to play in complying with this, and then therefore paying for it that way. So but it means that we don't have custom solutions for each country or each operator. And of course, if an operator does need something over and above what the vendor is offering, they can always ask for that in addition. This does not preclude additional requirements, but it just makes it easy to get the baseline all ticked off and out of the way. The benefits for the nations and the states that are using this, because it complies with national security. So basic standards of software security and so on are complied with, and the supply chain of the equipment and components and elements going into that device are all confirmed as safe. And it's paid for by industry, so you're not paying extra to get people to comply with this because it's the standard. And it's universally applicable. So in the beginning, it's applicable to mobile network operators and vendors. But later on, it can expand to take into new things like cloud computing, for example, as this becomes part of the 5G standard. And so cloud computing security will come in there as well. So as mentioned in the very bottom, NESIS is designed to be enhanced as needed. So as new requirements turn out to be required, we can then put them into the standard as needed. And this is one of the things version 2 of the standard allows, is for minor upgrades to enhance the standards. In order for it to actually work, we can have a standard, but if nobody uses it, it's no use. So what we need, well, at GSMA, our standards are free for use because we are paid by the network operators. We would require the network operators to require, when they're sourcing equipment, that it is NESIS compliant when the vendor offers it. And then that means they only need to specify it once. Similarly, equipment vendors should have their development process and management process assessed and complied with to make sure they are NESIS compliant. And then the test laboratories, they, in addition to being ISO 17025 compliant, if they get the extra expertise on board in order to comply with NESIS, then they will be eligible to do the product evaluations. And then, of course, the ISO IEC 17025 accreditation bodies need to understand that the additional requirements in order to do NESIS compliance tests. So quickly to conclude, NESIS is a vendor process, and it gives a baseline of security, but it means that basic things don't need to be asked for by everybody all of the time from each vendor. You can just say, NESIS compliant, and everybody can say yes. And that means something because they had auditors in. It's a voluntary and global scheme, and it's created and supported by the industry. And again, the standards and specifications of it all are all free for downloading, so you can all decide to comply. And it works well with the certification frameworks, again, because 3GPP and all the different people that do certification can be upgraded to meet these. Just jumping down, avoiding the global security requirements. Again, one of the problems that we try to avoid in our industry is the fragmentation of standards, whether that be of the different frequencies or spectrum used in different places, causing different phones not to be compatible, or whether it's, in the past we've had CDMA versus GSM, but now everything's 5G, and that drives the economies of scale of the market and means that we can have nice things that work everywhere. And this is the key thing. And so it's driving a global standard, and we hope to make it avoidance of fragmentation important. And so we encourage everybody to get involved. GSMA members can get involved to the fraud and security group. But in addition, NESIS can be downloaded for free, and there's meetings from time to time about that. And for the mobile operators on this call, I'd like to invite them to the fraud and security group meeting that's happening on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th of November very soon, with lots of information that's relevant to them. So I think that's me. Just if you have any more information, you can either email us or see the standards for yourself. And with that, then I will pass it back to the team. I stop sharing. So these are the specification. Sorry, the downloadable specs, and then if you need to know more, feel free to contact us. I'll mute myself in case the renovation starts again, but feel free to ask me questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. David Turkington, for this wonderful talk on NISAS, educating us on the importance of 5G security assurance scheme. Thank you so much once again for us. We're trying to see if you have any questions, but so far we don't see any questions being posted. Let us also quickly cross-check on our other platforms, which is Facebook and YouTube. Please give us a moment. And there's no questions. So thank you so much for being with us once again today. We appreciate your time and hope to see you in our future conferences.
That would be great. I look forward to it. And if any of the mobile operators online or want to know more, feel free to contact me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So with that, Nilushi, I think we are moving towards the end of the conference. Certainly I would like to recall, but we've got the last and final.
Last but not least.
Certainly. So, and Nilushi, this is going to be about the future, is it? Give me some idea. What is this gentleman going to talk about? Now, we've heard people talking about laws, legislations, and all that. And also, how do you protect our the need for security to protect digital infrastructure and assets? And we had all the speakers talking on different topics today. But we have someone to come and talk to us on bridging the cybersecurity gap. Right. Okay.
How do we keep up with the 2022 landscape in terms of futuristic demands? How do we keep up with it? What do we need to empower ourselves? How do we move forward? So how do we move, or how do we strive forward with hope is what Mr. Sujit Christie is going to talk about today.
Certainly interesting, Nilushi. I think our theme for this year has been striving with hope. So having just hope is never enough, is it? All of us can hope, but we have to work towards it. And we know that pandemic has certainly shifted things to most of us, but we don't have a choice, but we got to work on it and move on. So with that, let us welcome
Sujit Christie. And who better than to talk about a futuristic landscape than
I would not disagree with you, Nilushi. We know who he is and what he has done, and being a founder member of so he's supported towards the initiative of Sri Lanka CERT as well.
He's been with CSW right throughout.
Certainly.
He's been involved with all 14. I mean, every year Sujit Christie's presence has been, I would say, a constant. So we came in halfway through the island, but
certainly
Mr. Christie's been there right.
He's there before us.
Yes, exactly.
So with that.
So Mr. Sujit Christie. He's the Chief Security Officer and he's a cybersecurity advisor for several public quoted companies. And he's a well-known veteran in the industry, not just locally, but globally. He was also appointed as the IC Squared Colombo chapter's president very, very recently. We've spoken about him in detail. We've had him on board for our workshops.
And he kicked on the first panel discussion of this event.
Exactly. And he's here for the last session also. So I think that says a lot about him, Darlin.
So with that, let's warmly welcome Sujit Christie. It's over to you, sir.
Nilushi,
lovely to have you on board once again, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm actually honored by your kind words, and I don't know how to reciprocate. Right. And before I start, I want to once again thank both of you for the great program or the conference you have organized. And I think there's been good feedback all around. So congratulations to you. And I think we are just a few minutes away from the closure of 2021 14th Cybersecurity Week annual conference. So I also want to thank, before I start, I just want to thank Sri Lanka CERT and the Sri Lanka the board, the chairman and the board, for inviting me again to do this presentation. So with that note, I just take a moment to share my screen. I think we are about 1 minute ahead of time. Is that okay?
Fine, sir. You can go ahead.
I think we'll have loads of questions since this being the last session. So guys, if you have any questions out there, find a better person to answer them. So please shoot out all your questions. It can be on social media platforms or here, and he will be more than happy to take those questions. Thank you.
I'm just trying to adjust my screen so that I get to see what I have here. Right, okay, good. So just one sec. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Is it in
Yes.
the projected mode? Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay. I'm just trying to move the, yes, managed to get it onto the corner so that I get to see you guys. All righty. So the topic for the day is bridging the cybersecurity gap. I think we've heard a lot in the last 5 days, and I believe different aspects, different perspectives have been presented. We're at a juncture where we have to reflect. We need to reflect as to what the past year has been and what the year ahead is going to be. So it is important that we spend time reflecting on what the current state has been or what has actually triggered in the past that we are here today with respect to the cybersecurity landscape. I would also be talking about what we should be looking out for in 2022 and years to come. So moving on, going back in time, right? So there are different aspects I have presented in this screen where we are talking about data. So when we look at data, the data is either at rest, it's stored in a database or stored in an archival system, or it's in a backup system. And there's also data which travels when we do transactions. There's also data which is used when we, as part of the application program. So data becomes the most critical component when we discuss cybersecurity. And they also say that data is the next generation oil. Right? And we are seeing it, and we are seeing the kind of attacks which are being targeted and the kind of losses, the penalties which are being levied on organizations globally for mismanaging the data or mismanaging the protection. So we also saw the pandemic, and several organizations were in a state where they didn't know what to do, how to do it, but some were prepared, some were ready. Now, one of the things which I would like to recall is, I remember whenever I was involved in carrying out a risk assessment, and one of the aspects I always asked my clients, what if your users can't come into the work premises? And many a times, I've always been told that is unrealistic. And sometimes I've also asked, and I think this is a colleague, a friend of mine who also shared the same thoughts with me, what if we don't have the building where we work not available tomorrow? What's our state? How do we operate? Because a lot of time it is assumed that the users would continue to be there, The customers would continue to be there. The buildings would continue to exist. But the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated to us a different reality. A reality which said we could have buildings, but it couldn't be occupied by the people, because people were forced to stay home. So that change triggered the way the businesses had to operate. It prompted them to unlock or remove the defenses and enable seamless connectivity for the users. So it was an era where the users suddenly started to experience the freedom of using technology. Well, on the other hand, the IT teams and the security teams were spending time struggling to manage the services, connectivity, while trying to keep them safe. So what we have seen in the last approximately 20 months or approximately 2 years is lockdown, unlock, curfew, health zone, and various other things. And this pattern seems to be continuing. Now, even as I speak, I saw it in the news yesterday that Russia has gone into a lockdown. And they have also shut down all non-essential services. So my question, I mean, when I spoke in a conference last year, middle of last year, this was organized by the Banking, Finance and Insurance Institute in Nepal. At that time, I actually was articulating, saying, okay, we would never have a steady state. So we would probably open, lock down, again, partially open. And eventually we will get into a new normal, which would be like a hybrid work environment. Not everybody would come into work, but people would come into work probably to do a team exercise. For example, let's say if you're planning a new project and you want to be part of that whole exercise, then probably people might come. Or you just want to do an induction, that when you want to welcome new people into the organization, so you may probably come into the office. So the organizations will also continue to evolve, continue to relook at the way they would use the spaces. So moving on, some of the headlines which we saw, and I can still relate to it, and I would say that we will still be able to relate it even tomorrow, even in the future. When the businesses shut down, the hackers did not say that they were shutting down operations. They were open 24/7. People were trying to get the vaccine out. The scientists, the healthcare workers, they were struggling to get the vaccine for the people. At the same time, the adversaries are also joining the race. So one of the perspectives at that point in time was all of us were concerned. All of us were very anxious. We wanted to know what was going on. What is that we had to do? And we wanted to figure out where things were actually getting worse, or what is that, what the governments were doing, what is that, that people had to do. So people were hungry for COVID-19 related information. And that was an opportunity for the adversaries to make use so that they can start feeding the people with incorrect news, or even used it as an opportunity to get people to click on links or on attachments. So even as the businesses keep returning back to normal, the adversaries will continue to set new traps. When I say new traps, they would use the same old spam, same old phishing email, but the content in these emails would be different. It will be more realistic, more relevant to the recipient. So it will be customized, fine-tuned so that it would feel that it is relevant and unique to that individual. And it's very strange. I mean, when I say it's strange, we all know that, certain things we shouldn't be doing. But I still fail to understand why our human minds work differently. Knowing that we shouldn't be doing, people still tend to click on that link, click on that attachment, or surface and navigate to spaces in the internet where they should not be. And there was also a very interesting statistics which was published during this time, that it was only 1/3 of the traffic were generated by the humans when it was relating to e-commerce sites. So which means 2/3 of the traffic were bad traffic. You would continue to see the same trend. So what did this result in? It resulted in different types of attacks. And primarily, the attacks were targeting the individuals, their identity, and their credentials. So which allowed them to take over some of the key accounts, privileged accounts, or even email accounts. So sometimes people have this notion that let's say if they are attacked, that the hacker might completely hijack their accounts or take over so that they may not be able to access it. Yes, they do at times. But at times, they don't change anything. They just keep the account as is because they know the moment they try and change something, people in the organization would get wind of the alert and they would start to react. The other one is in terms of the vulnerabilities. The number of vulnerabilities have increased and continue to increase, and it will continue to increase. Which is going to be an opportunity for the adversaries. I'm going to spend a little more time later on in the presentation to talk about that specific area. So when I summarize 2020 or continuing into 2021, the slide which is in front of you is very relevant, right? These are the top 15 attacks which are trending these days. Right, you can see phishing out there, you can see the insider threat, you see data breach, and then you also see cryptojacking and cyber espionage, which actually the top of the chart would be the ransomware attacks. So these attacks continue to evolve, continue to transform in different ways, and it continue to persist. I just want to spend a little bit of time trying to explain to you this slide, right? Every attack has different steps. Now, what you see in terms of the arrow from left to right and then right to left, there are about, how many? About 14 odd steps, right? So within each of those steps, there are different techniques. So let's say if somebody wants to gather background information about an organization or an individual, they would use 10 different techniques to gather information about that person. So if you look at this 14 into the number of combinations, you can imagine the amount of permutation combination is available for the adversary to launch an attack. So if one fails, we can look at another iteration, another combination. And eventually it will result in data exfiltration, which means the data can be deleted, destroyed, configuration changed. Those are the impacts which the organization will experience. Now, who are the people who are interested in this? There are different adversaries, right? At the bottom left side of the screen, you can see, right? So I would like to, mention, some of them are purely there for profiteering. The criminals, the cyber criminals, they want to monetize. Then you also have people who are mostly in the warfare. So these are nation states, like different countries. They would want to dominate the trade, or they would want to dominate a separate aspect in their economy. So they may use different warfare techniques. And today, though we do not see people fighting with guns and bombs, the warfare is in the cyberspace. And I'm sure the other speakers would have also spent time talking about it. So I wouldn't delve into that. But we need to understand that different adversaries have different motives. So when you talk about the pandemic, so I would call the cyber attacks also a cyber pandemic, which is closely related to the COVID-19, the pandemic. On the left, you see that, I have actually got four tiers. So if you go from the bottom up, you look at the objectives, then the installation, exploitation, delivery. So I've tried to demonstrate to you in this screen a couple of use cases, right? So here you're talking about attacks against the teleworkers. So who are the teleworkers today? If you look at most of us working from home, we have all become teleworkers. Otherwise, usually you would find the sales representatives or the people who go to different places and then continuously, shuttling between the office and the remote places are probably fall into that category. So they can actually exploit a remote desktop or SSL VPN brute force, use a backdoor, they can steal your data, or they can commit a financial fraud. Or you can also see that they can also be stealing passwords on the left. And on the top, if you look at the different scenarios, you look at a drive-by compromise. They can also take multiple parts, and then if you see, they would eventually end up achieving their objectives. I mean, when I discussed about the anatomy of the attackers or the anatomy of the attacks, this is what those permutation combinations are. So the attackers have an objective and the organizations will experience an impact. So I would like to, quickly walk you through a couple of the well-known, popular incidents which we experienced in the last 2 years. Because it's an IT software management tool. Now, if you look at the ecosystem, there is a customer, there is a supplier. Now, today, the adversaries know that it takes a little more effort to target an end customer. So if they want to get through to a government organization or a financial institution or another organization, they would look at the people who service these organizations. So can they get through to those organizations and use that opportunity to target the end customer? Now, if you look at this particular attack, you would see they exploited a vulnerability in the existing software. And what was the impact to the customer? They lost data, they lost money. And what did the attackers do to achieve this? They used the trust relationship with the vendor the customer had, and the adversaries introduced a malware into the system. So if you look at the chart, it tells you how this whole thing happened, right? They attacked the VSA software, the VSA cloud, it was deployed, and then after exploiting it, they deployed the ransomware. So the moment the ransomware kicks in, it's all about money. This particular use case, Workada, is about privilege credentials. Now, where did they find the privilege credentials? They found it in the internet. And these credentials were relating to CCTV cameras. And these guys were able to get access to 150,000 cameras globally, which also included, police stations, hospitals, schools. And they also say that they had access to the Tesla facilities. So which means they were able to see the workings or the behavior of people in each of these organizations. And probably they were also able to read certain content by manipulating the camera. So a lot of things could have happened there. And the next big one was SolarWinds. This impacted a lot of organizations. And a very interesting thing is this was pushed through a patch update or a signature update. So it was exploited using a vulnerability. There are several versions which are out there, but one particular instance where I was reading this article where it says that one of the developers in a Middle Eastern country, European region, where this particular person had used a very interesting password, SolarWinds123. So the question is, how did somebody use such a weak password, non-compliant to the security policies, and probably was not even changed frequently? So the attackers found it, they gained access, and they pushed the update, and from which they were able to monitor. So one of the things which they used here was a malware infection. And then we all know most of us travel overseas or travel by airlines, use different aircrafts, different systems to book your tickets. And the CETA, the passenger service system, was also compromised. And it is in the public domain right now that there's an article which says that Air India was also impacted by this. So the attackers were able to get it. So if you see in this particular one, they're not able to identify the source, who the attacker is, but then they're able to say that, that their intention was to steal data, and in this case, personally identifiable information of all the passengers were taken. What are the other challenges for the organization? Now, when we look at a hybrid environment, most organizations globally will fall into a category like what I'm presenting in front of you right now. So on one side, on the left, you have the roles, and on the other side, you have the locations. Where are these people located? So how would you treat the people working from a particular location, particular geography, to a person who is working in a remote location, to a person who is mobile, and a person who is also, in the process of traveling back and forth to the office and the remote locations. So organizations will have to, looking forward, right? All organizations will have to go back and do a due diligence, something based on the lines what I'm presenting. You can't treat all users on par. You can't give the least privilege and then say, okay, I've achieved what I want to achieve, because you also need to be mindful that your business objectives have to be achieved and the right credentials have to be given to the users, right access have to be given so that they can actually transact and achieve the business objectives. So you can't give excessive privileges, you can't give less privileges, there has to be a method to do this. So one of the things you need to do is profiling of users. So if you do not profile the users, you may not be able to clearly say that this particular user will have access to this particular network or even the workload and also the information. So when you're designing a solution for the future organization or the new normal work environment, this is one of the important exercises the organizations will have to do. So while doing this, you will also have to start looking at what were your policies before COVID and whether those policies are still relevant in the post-pandemic new normal era. Right? When you start reviewing it, you will definitely identify most of the policies will have to be reworked, especially with respect to end user computing and acceptable use policies. So how do you actually do that? So that's one thing which you need to do. And again, you also need to go back and revisit your risk assessment or your risk dashboard or your risk registers. Risk which you probably which never existed, probably have started to infiltrate into your organization, or a certain risk probably would have gone away. So you need to do a reassessment of your risk and understand what needs to be identified and how those risks have to be treated. So a lot of times we have this perception or a notion, I would say, that there is a technological solution for every problem, or there is a hardware or a software which can be procured from a vendor to solve a security problem. But in my experience, what I see is there are different products, different vendors, all of them see only a little piece of that whole problem. So they will not see the full picture of your problem. So you need to start looking at your risk registers very carefully, and also then start mapping in terms of the solutions which are available. So you will never find one solution, one technology that will solve all your security problems. So you need to start looking at what technology would give you 90% coverage, and then you need to see what additional other technologies you need to procure to minimize your risk. So all your risk treatment plan or technology procurement should be risk-based. That should actually determine your investment plans. I just want to give you an example. Right? When you are under attack, and here's an example where when a particular device has been targeted or a particular network has been targeted, usually we see only one aspect of it. But when you do a deep dive, when you do an analysis, you find actually this particular thing is talking to about 8 IPs here, another 8 IPs here, and then look at the different hash values. The reason why I'm talking about this particular image at this point in time is how deep or how broad is your risk assessment? Are you able to identify what is the adversary doing and what is the adversary trying to target? And what alerts are you getting and how would you mitigate those? This image was taken last November, and I still feel that this is relevant. If you look at Sri Lanka here, I've taken the image of Sri Lanka. At that point in time, there were 44 active bots in Sri Lanka. So do we have intelligence to know what threats exist out there and which threats are actually targeting us? So how do we proactively address those threats? Going forward, right, 2022, this I have actually sourced it from different articles which are out there, and I agree with some of these observations which people like FireEye and McAfee, and I think people like CloudStrike, Cisco, Microsoft, there are other players as well, right? All of them also talk about the same issue, the same thing. We're all sociable people, and we are connected to different people, our friends, family, using social media platform. The adversaries are also going to send people requests. Right now, here, if you see, Lazarus is a adversary who would also want to connect with users. So they're going to profile the users. They're going to identify which user, their behavior, and if they compromise that user, what would be the gain they would have. So they would continue to profile, continue to weaponize the social media platform. So one of the questions I usually ask, I usually ask this question from the kids when I talk to the kids in terms of their cyber awareness. I ask them, do you know all your friends in your social network? And many times people say, we don't know all of them. That's a challenge, isn't it? Because there's somebody who's trying to connect with you and become a friend or become a business associate. So we are caught between an opportunity and a threat. It's a fine line. So how do we ensure that we don't fall prey? Now, one of the things which I'm also seeing, and I've also heard from some of my peers in the industry, some of the adversaries who existed maybe in the early years, 2012, 13, 14, and suddenly you find that they've gone missing. Now, in this instance, you'll see that the adversary called Silent Fade, they've resurfaced beginning of this year, and they've been targeting a lot of social media users. And the report goes on to say that the number one country which has been targeted right now is India, Brazil, Indonesia. So probably they're targeting based on the number of population. So the attacks have been targeting using advertisements. So they've gained more than 4 million, or 4 million worth of money has been defrauded from the users. So we would continue to see the adversaries using social media platforms to target innocent users and probably siphon away significant amount of money. This becomes even more interesting, right? All of us need help, and all of us are in the lookout to address various technological and security problems. And today what we are seeing is that the adversaries, they actually set up startup businesses. And startup in every company or startup companies are booming, that industry. So there are angel investors, and then there are people who actually go in and join this industry to build new solutions. Now, some of these guys would also come out saying that they are able to solve customer problems or our problems. And these bad guys are being used by nation state actors as a front-facing outfit, and they would actually use that opportunity to penetrate into organizations. So that is going to be a big challenge for all of us, because some of these solutions or the technologies which they bring out may appear state-of-the-art, super stuff, but we'll be compelled to or inclined to leverage those technologies. But then the question is, how are we going to do the due diligence and say, okay, these guys are reliable and everything. So that's going to be a significant challenge for most organizations. So games of thorns, I would call games of ransom thorns. So again, there are the big ones, and then you have the smaller players as well. So the smaller players will go and sign up with the bigger ones. So we will continue to see a growing economy of ransomware as a service. So the smaller adversaries would also start to monetize using the wealth of expertise which the bigger ones have. So the ransomware adversaries will start selling their tools and techniques to the small players so that they would also pay. So the point of view here is there would be a time where people will start collaborating. I'm talking from an adversary perspective. Some of the attackers may control certain networks. Some of them may want to gain access to information. So they may collaborate and start attacking organizations. Right. Then ransomware for less skilled operators. So again, it can be a script kiddie or somebody who wants to make a fast buck. So they would also go and buy ransomware from a service provider. Sorry about the background noise. That's my neighbors. So the inconvenient truth is very soon every country, every business will be start rolling out services using 5G technology. Right? So you're going to depend more on Internet of Things, APIs, and there could be new applications or services which will be launched by the organizations. So the attackers are going to be targeting these vulnerabilities, right? And today, most of the organizations are rolling out services. They may not be focusing on the configurations, or in some cases, they may be even hard coding the API keys, or they may not be even, they may have unhashed APIs and TLS keys. These are going to be opportunities for the attackers to target the organizations. The next, moving on, people are going to be hijacking application containers. So in that context, I would say that they're going to be focusing on resource takeovers. Now, right at the bottom, I'm actually talking about what are the different types of issues the organizations will face or continuing to have this practice. Now, there are 5 things I've highlighted here. Security groups that were created have been modified 100% in deployments. So you have a policy, you build a security group, but then somebody goes and changes it after it goes into production. So identity and access management policy will change or have changed in 82% of the deployments. And the next one, if you see, compute resources creation have occurred in 48% of the deployments. There are two aspects. Somebody goes and creates a compute resource with or without approval, with or without assessing the impact. But once the resources has been enabled, the organization will have to pay X amount of fees to the service provider. That's going to hurt the customers a lot, right? So people need to be conscious of that. Then the other one is in terms of resource deletion. So sometimes it might be somebody goes and enables a service, and then somebody finds, okay, this service is becoming expensive. It's beyond our budget. Let's delete it. So if that is not managed, that is also going to have an impact. And last but not the least, we are talking about the DevSecOps. How do you manage the deployment, continuously deploy the changes in the production environment? Because we've reached a stage where people are not going to be patient anymore. And there are plenty of options for them as well, because you can't have your services down. We have come a long way from the days where we would say, you do the change, take a downtime, and then install the upgrade or the patches. But today we are supposed to do it on the fly, on the run, without any downtime. So how are we going to do that? Last but not the least, 0 days are going to be the major discussion going forward. But in the last few years, the attacks usually took about 6 to 8 weeks after a particular patch was released. Right? When there is a critical patch released by a vendor or an OEM, then they take about 6 weeks or 8 weeks to re-engineer and craft a worm or even target an organization. But going forward, what we would see is that we will have the time reduced maybe by days or to few hours. So we are reaching a stage where we're going to say we can't wait for 14 days to test and apply a patch. How are we going to do that? Right, and I've actually given you a graph here in terms of how you should be looking at the threats, how you should be testing, and how do you continuously do this so that you will continue to identify the vulnerabilities and fix it real time on the fly. So where do we start? There is no set starting point for this, right? So the journey is on. You've got to do this on the fly, right? So some of the points what I would like to highlight is information is the key. So if we need to protect the information, we need to look at all these stacks. People, process, transaction, application services, workspaces, operating system, networks, hardware devices, and so on and so forth. So we need to take a top-down approach to understand where the vulnerabilities exist. The buzzword, people say it is a buzzword, is resilience. Can I provide the minimum required services without bringing systems down? Even if I'm under attack, what is that minimum service I should be able to deliver to my customers? So if you take resilience as the core key focus, then you need to build controls around that to address all these things which I've listed in this. So you need to protect the information, you need to protect the identities, you need to protect the processes. So some of the challenges which the organizations continue to grapple even now, these are areas you need to start focusing on. What do you need to protect your users? What do you need to protect your information? What do you need to do to protect your endpoints? How do you ensure business continuity, keeping resilience as the focus? So if resilience is what your key objective, then your business continuity, your disaster recovery will be a secondary option. And last but not the least, we need to have complete visibility in terms of how our networks perform, the user behavior, information access, failure, alerts, all of that. And moreover, we are going to see a significant amount of compliance, regulatory requirements going to be imposed, not just on the banks and insurance companies. We are going to see organizations which are going to be categorized as critical infrastructure organizations. And what I mean is the organizations which actually service a large group of citizens or a significant amount of people in the country. And for example, a supermarket chain can also be categorized as a critical infrastructure organization, because if the networks of a supermarket goes down, then they may not be able to service their customers. And I think as I speak, about 2 days ago, the petrol sheds or the petrol stations in Iran was under attack. They were not able to confirm whether it was an attack or whether it was a technical glitch. None of the petrol stations were able to pump petrol to the vehicles. So that means the whole economy came to a grinding halt just because of that one particular incident. So we need to identify what is that one single incident that would actually stall the operations. So going back to the risk assessment, you need to do this exercise. Right? Who, why, what. Right? So try and understand from your organization perspective, what is that asset you want to protect? What is the process you want to protect? And how those processes can be exploited by the anatomy of the hack is something you need to have good visibility and understanding. So with that, I bring my presentation to an end, and I would like to state, while it may appear that I spoke about more problems than the solutions, the important thing here is we all live in hope. And while we live in hope, we also need to take time to reflect and understand what problems exist either in our environment or are we in a position to learn from somebody else's problem. So somebody else's problem gives us an opportunity to learn, correct our processes, fix our vulnerabilities, implement the controls so that we can fine-tune our security posture. That, for me, would give much hope that we will have a secure organization to provide services to the customers. Alan, Nilushi, do we have any questions from the participants?
Unfortunately,
Or fortunately.
we don't see any questions, but
right.
If you guys still have any questions, we'll be more than happy to take. We just cross-checked our social media platforms also, but there are no questions at present.
Okay. So I have a question. I mean, somebody has said, okay, can you tell me 1, 2, 3, what is the starting point, right? I would say go back to the risk assessment. Look at your risk register, assess your risk, fine-tune it, understand where you need to spend your resources to treat your highest risk. That would be the starting point. But for you to do the risk assessment, you need to look at your users, your devices, your information, your networks, and your workloads. So if you look at it from that perspective, you'll get a very simple answer where you need to focus, you need to prioritize your resources and your effort. Over to you, Alan Nilushi. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sujit, thank you so much. And it just reminds me one of this quote that was mentioned by one of the speakers. Security is not a sprint.
It's a journey.
It's a journey. And I think it's a very meaningful one. And we don't want to leave, but everything has an end to it.
And all good things.
All good things come to an end.
Certainly for this year.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you, sir. Thank you once again for coming on board with us, not just for this session, but right throughout eCSW for guiding us and supporting us also on all our initiatives.
Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you so much. Sujit, we've just got one question. Is that,
yep, sure.
Would you like?
Yep.
Right. I think it's on the chat.
Just let me double check. Yeah. So, question being, this is from Dinesh. Due to innovative technical development, there may be certain risk that is unknown to us. Standing on that, on this point, how can we find resources to update the risk registry of our institutes? This is coming from Dinesh from Ministry of Health.
Dinesh, pertinent question, and thank you for asking this question, right? So we're talking about the knowns and the unknown. So when I talk about the unknown, are we able to take feeds, information feed? When I say information feed, has an incident happened to a similar organization in a different geography? Now, since you're talking about you're from the Ministry of Health, I think a couple of months ago, a large hospital in Vietnam was ransomed. That's a learning, right? So what happened to them and what should we be learning from them? That is one way of looking at it. The second way I would say is to look at your alerts. Do you have a method to analyze all your alerts in your network? So which means your firewall alerts, your antivirus alerts. These are two basic things you probably have in any network. But then you also need to ask yourself, are there any data points which you are not able to generate in your network? That's your blind spot. If I were to give you an example, today we look at logs as a source to look at the alerts. Not every attack will be logged. For example, if there is an application which gets installed, you will not see a log entry in your log source. It will be a registry change. So are we in a position to monitor the registry change? Another example, if there is an in-memory attack, nothing gets installed, but this threat source exists in your volatile memory. Are we in a position to detect a spike in the network? Are we in a position to detect a spike in our memory utilization? So if we are not able to identify these areas, those are risks which you are not in a position to identify and treat. So can you build controls around that? Dinesh, I hope I answered your question, but if you do have any other questions, you can reach out to me. I'll be able to, walk you through some of the cases or even guide you in terms of what you should be looking at. What is malware and ransomware? Krishan, right. Okay. I'll keep it brief, right? A malware intention is to, behave in a malicious manner, right? It may not, sometimes it may not even cause any direct damage, but it could be probably stealing information from you. But a ransomware, by the very word of it, it would actually encrypt your data, and the attacker, the adversary, would seek financial compensation from you to release the data back to you. So a ransomware attacker will use a malware to get his objective achieved. So they may not be two different instances, but they will use multiple aspects of this. That's where I was talking about the techniques. They may be using multiple techniques to achieve their objectives. Ishan, I hope that clarified your question. But just to add to that, you also need to understand, whether you are in a position to detect these signatures in your network. So we call it the indicators of compromise. So if there is a ransomware signature, floating around your network, do you have the capability to detect them? If you don't have the capability to detect them, then that is a risk. That also goes as a risk. You identified a risk, but you don't have a control to detect and prevent it. So will a virus guard protect you from hackers? Virus guard will only protect you from known signatures. In other words, if there is a malicious code, it will detect the signature and block it. But if you're talking about an advanced version of a virus guard, I'm talking about an EDR or an XDR, then it will start looking at a behavior pattern. So based on the behavior, it can actually trigger an alert for you or detect or stop you becoming a victim. But let me also tell you, right, wherever we are talking about signature-based controls, it can only protect based on the signature. So what is the amount of protection you get? You probably get about 40 to 60%. So from an organization's perspective, that is where we talk about multiple controls, multiple technologies deployed to protect the organization's information. right? I'm not sure who asked that question. I hope it clarified your question. Good. At least we had some questions for my session. But those of you who have any questions, you can always, catch me on LinkedIn. Facebook, I don't frequent much, but you can always connect with me and ask those questions wherever I can be of help. I'll be more than happy to clarify and guide you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and bringing this whole thing to an end with a nice note. And Nilushi, I think we should look back the whole 5 days. We've had series of events. It kicked off with a hacking challenge. And we had around 60% of students and 40% of professionals being part of this challenge.
168 participants, I think.
Certainly. And the good thing about is that every one of them loved the experience on the platform. And
Absolutely.
let's not forget, that's all because of Cyber Angels. And also, who are our sponsors for giving away those lovely gifts. And then looking at day 2, what did we have? We had amazing workshops. It's always good to reflect what has happened. So we had 2 workshops, one public and invitation only. That's purely because we cannot accommodate everyone. And due to the nature of the workshops, it has to be limited because it does contain practical components. So therefore, there was a forensic workshop and also a CIO workshop. And then again,
we had 2 public workshops, courtesy of IC Squared Colombo chapter.
And
thank you.
Itself, Nilushi. That was a great thing because we had around 7 to 8 speakers on.
Yes.
That was such an amazing thing. Looking at day 3, we kicked off with a conference. And this is the second year we are having this as a virtual conference. And I think we've done our best, to give you the best. And today,
not just Sri Lanka CERT, but everyone who collaborated with us, the sponsors,
certainly,
speakers,
certainly,
the engaging audience as well.
This is not just about us, it's just about collaboration. And as we say, we got to work together, right? So what here on day 5, and again, we're happy and glad that everything has gone to plan. So thank you so much for being with us.
Right throughout.
And we do want to remind the participants now, there is always a give and take, right? So there is a feedback form, and it's just not a feedback form. We're glad to give you the certificates. There's no doubt about it, but we need your feedback. An improvement can only be made through feedbacks. So we value your feedback. We want your honest feedback. So please take a moment to go to the site.
And please do fill in any suggestions, any comments that you want to make as well.
We will certainly take them into consideration. If you've not attended any sessions, there is always an option for you to choose from. So with that, we got to say
goodbye
to everyone.
For now.
Yes, and we would cordially invite, last not least, our CEO, retired.
Yeah, Commodore.
Actually, I'm going to say that. To say the final words. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and Board of Directors, speakers and panelists, sponsors and participants. We have reached 5 days of series of activities and well-organized events in this National Cybersecurity Conference, CSW 2021. During day 1, we held a hacking challenge with 56 teams with approximately 168 participants. During day 2, there were 4 workshops comprising of 2 public workshops conducted by ISC Squared, Colombo chapter, and 2 invitee-only workshops conducted by Delta Spike and Cyber for Dev. And there again, we had, for these 2, we had a total of 71 participants. for these two privately held workshops. For the Cyber Day, yes, the public held ones, the workshops conducted by ISC Squad Colombo chapter, we had over 500 participants. Then the annual 3-day conference commenced on 27th of October 2021 with the Secretary of Ministry of Technology, Honorable Jayantha De Silva, addressing the distinguished audience. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence despite your busy schedule. Your eminent presence at this conference was an encouragement for us to strive on with hope. The 3-day conference comprised of 2 panel discussions and 25 presentations involving approximately 40 local and global industry veterans sharing their experience and knowledge with an audience over 1,150 participants. On behalf of Sri Lanka CERT, I thank all presenters for coming on board to make this event a success. We really appreciate your contribution for this national initiative. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our wonderful sponsors, comprising of Christopher Lee and team from Huawei, Ashok and Kalhari and their team from Cisco Networking Academy, Shihan Anand and the team from Delta Spike, Nistar Kasim from Daily FT, Inosh Praveen from Articulate, Maurice Campbell and the team from Cyber4Dev, Dr. Al Graziano and the team from Cyber Rangers, and Mr. Jayasingh, Lanka Jayasingh and team from SLT Mobitel, Priyanka Gunasekar and team from VSIS, and last but not least, Mr. Sujit Christie and the team from ISC Squad Sri Lanka Colombo chapter. We have received encouragement and immense support from our chairman and the board of directors. Thank you for supporting us and guiding us. I wish to also to extend my appreciation to the staff of Sri Lanka CERT for organizing this event. A special mention goes out to our distinguished audience for their presence throughout this event. Thank you for the support and cooperation extended right throughout this CSW 21. We look forward to meeting you all once again at the 15th Annual National Cybersecurity Conference in 2022. Thank you very much.